I'm back in a second. You guys figure out whether you're headed to Triboar, or are you going to that dragon, or are you gonna go find some smaller inns to burn down? It's up to you guys.
I think we'll skip the inns. We were trying to get in touch with the dragon. I believe not Gnawbone, but the nearby bronze dragon.
Yeah, bronze, brass, copper, something like that.
Yeah.
I think I had a dream that that Oberon came to me and told me burn down more taverns, and I must comply. And apparently, so much you.
Not yours.
Oh, I don't know, but he told me you make sure you bring my bitch with you.
No comments about what Oberon may or may not have done to Krev.
So we,
I think,
what were
as we skirt past the Sword Mountains, we should still try to send messages via animals and such to see if we can find the dragon that's in those mountains. But otherwise, heading up to Triboar and then further on to Mirabar, because we need to get to that valley of Kedron, to the Eye of the Allfather, the temple there, and do a bit of dungeon delving.
Think about that though, and I've been thinking about this as well. It sounds a bit insane when you think about it. We went to see a green dragon, and now she's sending us to some mountains to find an eye, and it kind of rubs me wrong, is what I'm saying, as a player.
But let me tell you, as a character, here's how I lay this out to you. We came to this dragon with a little bit of trust that she had a vested interest in maintaining the status quo, which we kind of do too, because the status quo is the giants not coming along and squishing the shit out of everybody. And that this balance of power between the dragons and the giants that seems to have been invisibly there behind us and not really been paying attention to because, other beings, whatever, is shifting, and the dragons aren't happy, which is part of also why I wanted to see this the dragon, and I would have expressed that too. But the fact that she's now given us another quest is kind of in line with the original quest, because the original quest was, hey, go see this green dragon who's going to give you some insight into what's happening and kind of set you on your journey in the right direction. And I kind of feel like she just did that because we, played our thing right. So
you're right, she did, but at the same time, when did this become our problem? Is my point. Is when did we go meet a green dragon and start going wild goose chases?
Hold on 1 sec, my door's going.
Yeah, no worries. So Seth, I missed you mentioned. So you went to see the green dragon, and she sets you off in another direction. And how was that? You said that was a bit of an issue or something like that. I'm not an issue with the game, but just talk me through that again. I kind of missed that comment.
I was just kind of thinking, as lore, I think it's got to the point where we went and met this green dragon, kind of out of the benefit of the doubt that she would provide us information, and she did. But at the same time, it's go north, find this place that has this item, the eye of whatever, and go get that, and it will basically help you. Kind of vague information, and as far as I'm concerned, it's taking the word of a metallic dragon that we're going to find something to help us, and at the same time she has no love for the dragons herself. I mean giants, not dragons. So it could be accurate, but at the same time, it's when did we become, going on this wild goose chase, find this magical item at the behest of a green dragon?
Yeah, and that's, I think, as PCs, you have to kind of make a decision of how much do you guys want to be messenger people, how much do you want to just be, screw it, I'm going to do my own thing, and hey, we're going to go up to Long Saddle and hang out there. And
burn down the tavern.
Burn down another tavern. Versus, hey, you know what? There's a giant problem, and we're going to be the adventurers that take. We're going to go for the fame and the glory on this one. We'll tell you out of game as well. That, and this occurred to me a couple of days ago. Virtually everything that you guys run into is more or less as written in the adventure. It's quite detailed. There's actually probably going to be stuff that you guys actually don't even get to. Which is kind of neat because I can steal it for later adventures and later parts of this campaign and stuff like that too.
Evil characters.
Yeah, evil characters, exactly. So, so it is really one of those adventures. It's like Skyrim for anybody that's ever played like Elder Scrolls. You've got a million different things that you can go in a million different ways, kind of thing. And I think it's kind of written that way, either for players to be more sandboxy or for player characters to have to kind of make some decisions. Or you play it for 2 or 3 years and do everything.
I think that's a pretty good comparison considering the amount of dragons and giants in Storm King's Thunder. Skyrim, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm playing Skyrim again, by the way. I just bought it again for the PS4 because it's been remastered, and now I can do mods on my PS4. And I'm like, oh my god, I had so much fun. So yes, that's a good analogy.
Yeah. Oh, puppy.
Juno, stop it. Chris,
so yeah, party wise, what's the plan then?
So I would have been doing my rituals consistently, like enough that I'm getting my short rest in, but I still would have done like my ritual a couple times to send out to animals or to speak with animals and then, coerce them. I mean, convince them that that they can go out and try to find the dragon for me and send word that we're seeking his audience, whatever.
Well, here's the thing as well. We're right on the cusp of the Sword Mountains, so do we want to start making our way up the mountains and hope these animals get back to us and give us the information we need, or do we just head in another direction and?
We'll say we're on the way to Triboar and just keep on.
Then we'd have to turn all the way back around, and it's probably at least a day's journey to travel from here.
Wait, where are we? I thought we were heading that direction.
You're right here. The was it a raccoon? I can't remember. Some animal from the forest. Badger. Thank you.
A bandicoot.
Brought you out of the forest to whatever edge that you wanted to be at, and you guys decided that you'd go to the edge, kind of close to the Sword Mountains, but also in the same direction of Triboar. And this badger can kind of point you in general directions. So the road is that way to the east. Triboar is that way to kind of like the northwest or northeast, and of course you're right on the edge of the Sword Mountains and the foothills against that. So with some confidence, you should be able to get yourself to the road. In fact, at the point that you're at, you probably can like walk up a hill or something like that and be able to spy the road off in the distance, because you are approximately how far away? You're about 13 miles away from the road, 10ish, something like that.
But through downhill and little bits of hills, and we should be above it, so we could probably still see it.
Yeah. So is the plan to send out these animals and to send out these animals and say, hey, look for this dragon in the Sword Mountains while we head towards Triboar?
Yeah, because I feel like I got overruled by the.
Or is it to head for the dragon? I'm
orc.
And we can head for the dragon. I think at this point it's, if you send your animals out there and we head for Triboar, then we're going to have to turn around anyway to come all the way back. So if we're here right now, we might as well at least do it or not do it.
But only assuming that we find out where the dragon is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would like the animals that you send out. Like it's not like a rat is gonna, run 100 miles to find a dragon and then come back and see you. So they're going to travel within their kind of known area. So a hawk may go further than a rat, for example, or a bunny.
Well, of course, I'm going to be always going for the birds if I can.
Yeah,
but...
yeah.
And they're more intelligent often, so.
Yeah, you could camp for like it's afternoonish anyways. I think by the time that you guys got into the forest and found the dragon and had your chit chat and everything like that, so you could camp to see what the animals bring back to you.
I,
you
well, I
could.
don't think we're like racing, right? We're taking it pretty casually. Am I right? Am I wrong? Because I don't think we're in any sort of great haste. It's not like Krev was aged 100 years or something accidentally.
No, that was a different one. No, I don't think we're particularly stressed for time. We know that when we get to Triboar, the city's going to be in a bit of a state, just because it was attacked recently.
Yeah. So I say we kind of take it casually, and we stop for meals, and every time we do that, I'll send off animals again and see if we get a hit. But I mean, I'm also not going to be scouring through the Sword Mountains looking for some dragon that doesn't want to be found.
Yeah, because the mountains are certainly going to be slow terrain. The Sword Mountains are pretty big, as you can see from the map. And then there's also the potential of getting lost unless any of you guys have a feat that doesn't allow that.
Absolutely.
I don't think we have any rangers in the group.
I have purgative fire. If I can't find my way, I just burn my way through.
You could try to backcountry it all the way to Phandalin. That's always an option.
I just fly in a bird. Don't be silly.
Can't you turn into a giant eagle? We can just sit on your back and fly over the mountains.
It's like, bye guys, I'll see you in a while. So yeah, that's my vote anyway. Let's take it casual, not race. Let's stop for meals. I'll do my thingy. Can you still talk to animals, or did we change that? I can't remember for Krev.
Oh no, I ditched that for
Yeah, I thought so.
some combat stuff.
Okay, yeah. So then it's just me. It's all me. I love it.
Well, why don't we kind of do what Brett said and maybe just like camp here for now, and then you can send some animal companions or whatever out, scout, and if they find anything, then great, we can go up the mountains. But if we're going to go up there and to get lost, and given that it's difficult terrain, it's going to take us several days just to get over the mountains at most. So it's I guess like I said, we can take it casually, but at the same time, do we want to waste several days just walking across mountains for nothing?
No, exactly. I don't. And I wouldn't mind going through our booty and seeing what we can ditch in Triboar that's heavy or that's easy to sell or whatever.
Yeah, they might need some help in trouble as well, so we can offer that. Get some booty.
Mm-hmm. Hey, different booty.
Both kinds.
Exactly.
So camping. So it's afternoon. The idea is to camp there for a bit just to see what the animals bring back.
Have a nice supper. I'll make a stew.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, with that, some of your bird folk do come back. Excuse me, and they let you know that. Sorry, I know what they let you know, but I've got to switch maps. I was just checking something else out on another map. Holy mackerel, now I've got to zoom in and all kinds of stuff. Oh, DMing is hard. Okay.
You want a hug?
Hey, you know what? Sometimes a DM, all you need is a hug.
Right?
Right. They let you know that certainly in the area of the Sword Mountains, close to you, there have been sightings of a dragon. Excuse me. Not very frequent, but leaving its lair, obviously flying around, getting some meals, and then heading back. They know the general area, both based on sightings of the dragons, but they're also getting information back from their animal friends that there's just kind of a weird. They can't explain it this way, but you kind of pick it up that there's kind of a weird magical force, something weird going on in the mountains. They're suggesting about, however they kind of describe it to you, you kind of figure out it's probably anywhere between 10 and 15 miles into the mountains. So we're not talking that the layer is over by Phandalin or something like that, but it is it would be hard
nearby.
slogging. It's going to be hard slogging through the mountains.
For those bitches that can't fly in the back of an eagle, you mean? Damn. So then I asked the bird really carefully. Now, did it look like a saddle would fit on this thing?
They on the dragon.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Well, they do indicate that it was certainly smaller than how you described Gnawbone was, and I think Gnawbone also indicated that it was a younger dragon.
Where would I find a saddle for a dragon? We'll figure that out after.
Well, you'd probably know from your travels that quite
Yeah,
frank,
yeah.
Triboar is actually known for their saddling of horses. So maybe there's
Excellent.
somebody there that can hack their skills.
Step
Okay,
one:
let-
get the dragon to agree to let you saddle it.
Or do it while it's sleeping. You know, one or the other.
Purgative flames, don't piss me off.
So you
Illusions of grandeur.
you have a general idea, 15-ish miles into the mountains. So now you have to make a decision of A, are you going to slog it in there? And are you going to be able to find it and track it? Are you going to get lost? Are you going to run out of food?
We won't
Actually,
run
no,
out of
you-
food
yeah.
ever.
What? These are magical gooseberries that you just...
I just pop them out of my ass. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
and then we eat for the day, every day,
And then they pop out of your ass again because you've eaten them.
pretty much. Recyclable,
Yeah.
You.
eco-sustainable. Once I get this back, I'll talk to the boys. And so, what do you guys want to do? If you guys just want to camp from that, I mean, I could just try to fly up there and see what happens. And if you guys aren't really interested, but if you guys want to, like, take an extra day and hike up and meet another dragon, I look all excited. I am a kid practically. It's like, we can meet another dragon. Then, hey, that would be cool, wouldn't it?
I think
Look at all
Ventus.
enthusiasm.
I think Ventus would vote for that. Ventus is like any and all dragons. Let's do it.
Sure, why not?
I mean, get out of the way. A potential
I mean,
dragon on the side is about as good as we could hope for.
I could summon a couple giant eagles, but I mean, that's only good for a couple hours, and that's only good for two of us. So, I mean, it's not really the optimal way to go, but I'm totally cool to do it if you guys don't want to come.
What's the party's reason for checking out this dragon again? Both. What was the reason that I know what the reasons were, but what was the reason that Gnawbone gave you, and what are your own personal reasons for doing this? If they're
Gnawbone
different.
wants us to kill him or convince him to leave. Excuse me.
Yeah.
We want to let him know that Gnawbone knows he's there.
And inconvenienced by him.
Yeah.
And really big.
Just to kind of warn the dragon that he has come to the attention of a much, much older and eviler dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And then, honestly, if this is a good aligned dragon, maybe he would be willing to come to our help against the giants, sort of, if need be, kind of, maybe.
Bring in a saddle. But seriously, like I think based on what we got out of the conversation with Gnawbone, I think all the dragons would probably be kind of invested in this battle.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows, maybe he might have some additional information. Maybe he would be willing to offer some help of some sort. Like, I don't know, but I'm more curious.
From my understanding of what she said, she also said, like, there's a good chance he might help you guys. It's also, at least from Law's perspective, and what he knows about dragons from Ventus, is that he is a metallic dragon. I think he was bronze or copper. So, given that, I think it's more likely that he might aid us. So, having had a young dragon on your side is nothing to scoff at. So, if we're here in the area, we might as well at least speak to him. We've always spoken to one dragon recently. There's no harm in speaking to another one.
Yeah.
And I don't think it'll want to kill us just for seeing it. They're not Well, no, dragons can be testy. You know that. Doesn't matter what their alignment is. But
Yeah.
if we approach them with respect,
Depending on what the nature of this dragon is, there was a type of either brass or copper, I can't remember which, that just loves talking to people to the point where they will kidnap people and kind of hold them hostage in good condition because they want someone to talk to for a long time.
I'm sure that's the
And
older
they
ones.
don't abuse them. They actually keep them very well. But they have been known to basically, bury someone up to their neck so that they can't go anywhere, so they can talk to them for an hour or 5.
It was a copper dragon. Gnawbone would have let you know that. I'm pretty sure she did, and a younger dragon. But younger to Gnawbone is anything, anything not old. And on just to kind of play a little bit on Ventus's side, just given his background with dragons and such, he would probably want to side with a metallic dragon over chromatic, obviously, and probably just suffered.
Oh, hell yeah.
And probably just suffered the presence of Gnawbone for the fact that there was probably very little chance of taking down that type of dragon.
And here's another thing as well to kind of put out there. Sorry to interrupt you, Brett, but we did encounter, when we encountered those dwarfs in, was it Zephyrus' tower? There was a silver dragon with them, so maybe we can even attempt to kind of convince him to join us by, saying, look, there's other metallic dragons who are invested in this fight, so it might be kind of a point to make, see if we can use that to our advantage and just say, look, metallic dragons are invested in this, there's giants everywhere running wild. Do you want to come help us?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the kind of the best we can hope for at this point. Is if he says no, then he says no. But
Yep. Okay, so it's evening is creeping in. You have this information from Bryle's animal friends, but there's no road just kind of leading to the front door of this copper dragon's house. So what's the plan?
could we use Brow's animal companions to help guide us up the mountain? Like, would that make things easier on us?
Yeah,
I'd ask them.
I think that's certainly reasonable. That it would reduce the chances of you getting lost.
Plus, we have the owl and we have the dragon, whatchamacallit, the pseudo dragon.
Well, we have Mini Penny and Dreg.
Yeah, what about your Tressum?
And my Tressum, but I can't really talk to my Tressum. Well, I can during my periods. So we do have those animals to kind of help scout and to help keep us from getting lost. I think that puts us in at least an advantage state, having all those things.
Okay, so is that the plan? What's the plan?
Yeah. Meanwhile, my Tressum singing, "We're going dragon hunting, and I'm not afraid."
What are some of the Tressum has some sort of magical detection thing or something like that, doesn't it? Doesn't the Tressum have some little it's got one little feature to it that it's a little bit of a neat thing, and I can't remember what it is because we haven't talked about TJ for a while.
Detect invisibility within 60 meters. Magic invisibility fails to conceal anything from the Tressum sight. Tressum has advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on smell. Tressum can detect whether substance is poisonous by taste, touch, or smell. So it's just that they see invisible.
Okay. And what was the other thing? See invisible and detect magic as well, or just see invisible?
No, just see invisible
Okay.
and detect magical Magical invisibility fails to conceal itself from
Okay.
trestle.
And then taste, touch, or smell what?
Poisons. It's also immune to poison.
Okay. Okay.
Dark vision. Can understand common. I want one. Oh wait.
Alrighty. So when do you start heading up the mountains? I imagine you'd wait till morning, or do you want to use your dark vision and start going right now? You're going to need a rest at some point.
Well, assuming when we were sitting, we took a short rest, right? So we could probably. I'd say
I
we
wouldn't
could
mind going a few hours into darkness.
Yeah,
I mean, we're not really hampered by darkness.
might as well see how far we can get.
What do you think, Krav?
No, sounds reasonable.
Excellent.
Moving around at dark really doesn't bother Krev at all.
Yeah. Me either. I think we've kind of established that we're kind of a sneaky little group that way.
Okay, so you head off into the dimming light towards the mountains, using various creatures of the area to help guide you. It's still slow going, like we're talking about getting into mountains and things like that.
And the camp at the base of the mountains that we would have had, I think we would have tied up the horses there too. So we wouldn't be bringing those.
That's probably not a bad idea.
It'd slow us down. So unless anybody opposes that idea, I think that we would have kind of fortified the encampment a bit.
Yeah, we'd have to leave someone there. Or...
Yeah, I'm sure the dwarf will do that for us.
Elborn.
Thanks, dwarf. I mean, you get short feet anyway. You're gonna really slow us down.
Yeah, you wouldn't want a dwarf going into the mountains. Like, they would just be absolutely no good in the mountains, of course.
Exactly.
Like, what's a dwarf to mountains, really?
Exactly.
Or just to talk to water.
So you head into the mountains. It's getting darker and darker. You have dark vision that will allow you to see a little bit ahead of you, but obviously that hampers you to a little bit. The woodland creatures guide you as much as possible. But as they mentioned, it's 10, 15 plus miles in, and that's going to take about a whole day trek, close to a whole day trek, to traverse all that in rough terrain. So at some point, it's probably going to get to the point where you guys are tired enough, having been on the move all day, that you will have to break and make camp and have a. I can't remember how exhaustion works, but I'm pretty sure it's essentially, if you don't have a long rest in a 24-hour period, then exhaustion starts to potentially come into play. You make Constitution saving throws and stuff like that, if I remember correctly. So is this something where you guys just keep pressing on, or at a certain point you decide to make your camp and move on in the morning?
Well, I think if we make enough noise, like intentionally, I mean, it could draw unwanted attention, but it could make sure that he knows that we're coming and that we're serious about seeing him and that we're not going away. And who knows, maybe he'll come to us if we don't go too far.
Well, dragons have pretty good hearing, certainly, but you'd have to be relatively close into the area to attract the attention that way as well. But certainly not a bad idea.
Did he give us the name of the dragon, or she give us the name of the dragon, or no?
No, she didn't.
No, just a young.
Yeah, you got the sense from Gnawbone that she's aware of the dragon's presence, but there hasn't been much of a parley. The sense that you would have gotten from Gnawbone is, if I can get somebody else to deal with this dragon, then I don't have to deal with the politics of, the fact that two dragons are fighting. Not that that's a big deal. That's happened before in the past, but Gnawbone is just like, you know what? This might just be better to have this dealt with at an arm's length.
Then, if we're going to set up a little camp, I'm going to start using my druid craft to send up little sort of images above the camp of sort of like Northern Lights type images, just really simple, something that doesn't require a more complex spell, obviously. As some sort of, I'm really trying to draw attention to ourselves. We're gonna maybe not get a long rest, but But you know what I'm saying? Maybe like create little, like the head of a dragon shape or whatever, just stuff to try to send out like smoke signals, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Unless anybody says, "What are you doing, dumbass?"
Well, anybody
And
else?
nobody said that.
Everybody good with these bright lights being shot off above your campsite in the dead of night?
It's pretty, and I'm gonna hide.
I would also say that we probably find somewhere with good cover to camp, like I don't know, either be it like a small cave or underneath some rocks or somewhere where we would probably see anyone approaching us, if possible.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only 30 feet up in the air, but it's at least something to try to, gesture to the.
I will also say to the group that when we find this copper dragon, it might be best to let's just not give it the impression that we come under Old Gnawbone's orders. Like we don't want to make it seem that we're allied with Old Gnawbone or that we're kind of yeah.
Oh no.
But we can say we spoke with.
We can, yeah. We've been trying to investigate the giant activities. We were told that Old Gnawbone might have some insight, so we kissed her ass enough that she spoke to us. And then at the tail end of it, she mentioned, well, it'd be great if somebody would eliminate or remove this copper dragon in the mountains north of me. So we figured we'd let you know that that's what she said, because we would rather not be, the assassins of a green dragon.
Or in league with, or have anyone think that maybe we were associated with that in any way.
Exactly.
You never know. This dragon may also have some corroborating information about the temple that we're looking for.
And hopefully about this Eye of the Allfather we're meant to be finding.
Well, as you're having this little chit-chat amongst yourselves, strategizing, and these northern light thingies are popping
dancing
off.
wildly above our head.
Yeah. Basically saying, people here, and there's a little. I'm thinking of Aladdin and the genie in Aladdin, and these neon signs just kind of pointing down towards the campsite and things like that.
They're here.
You certainly start to hear something coming towards you, and it's certainly not being very stealthy.
Does it sound like the beating of wings? Does it sound like the crashing of something through the woods?
Whether it's single or multiple is another question. It's not a crashing through the woods. It's not a beating of wings.
No howling. No other sort of pack sounds. No.
Kind of gruffing and very gruff voices, kind of suggesting, this way kind of thing.
I wonder what that could be.
I'll stand up and draw my blades and kind of stand in front of the rest of the group, like just kind of intimidatingly or friendly to it, like not openly friendly, but kind of guarded, making it known that if they come into sight, then there's clearly people here. You get the idea.
Yep. Okay, and
I'll conjure up a ball of flame in my hand to create light, of course.
And what's Krev up to?
Let me double check. This. I attempt to hide, wand out, ready to blast, but also ready to interject with one of my other spells if necessary.
Okay. I don't know if you guys are going to see this when I move you over to here. Actually, I'll be able to figure out whether you can see it or not. Huh.
Oh God, how do people do this with just one monitor? This is ridiculous.
Speaking about redonkulous, why can't you guys see? Oh, I know why you can't see. I don't think this will be a big deal if I do this. Nope. Coming crashing through the forest, you see some very ugly people who obviously knew that you were there. And
How did they know we were here?
I have no idea. So I'm going to move them back kind of this way, and you guys can give yourselves a little bit of distance if you want.
2 ogres and 4 orcs.
And let us roll initiative, please.
I should probably drag my character out here.
I'm going to call this the Battle of the Here is our camp.
What is this? Madness.
I figure it's been a while since you guys had a proper battle, so let's make it happen.
Well, you say
we
proper
knew
battle,
they were-
right?
What's that?
I said you say proper battle, but I'm not worried. I'm not gonna lie. Part of me was really hoping we would get to fight a dragon last session, even though it probably would have killed us. Like the thought of fighting a dragon was, I don't know, it had me excited.
Yeah.
So, we should have done today's session as a what would have happened if, during your dream, this is what you dreamt.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh
Right?
my god, let it stop.
We could have had a proxy battle.
Hmm.
And I'm just getting the sheets up for these big bad boys. Oh, and look at that, the orc.
Or a gaggle of wolves. It's so hard to decide.
The orcs seem to know that you were coming, or we're all ready for you. The ogres, being bigger and more lumbering, are a little bit further behind in the order.
Krev's dex is above 13.
You asking to break the tie between you and Krev?
Mm-hmm.
My dex is 10.
Ah, screw you then.
Boreal gets to die first.
Exactly.
I mean, go first.
Crap rolled a 17.
If we die to 4 orcs and 2 ogres, something has gone very, very wrong.
Remember, it's all about the rolls.
Yeah, I'm not worried. Yeah,
Okay.
but didn't you get a 17 on your initiative, Krev?
I did initially, but I hadn't selected the token correctly.
Then
well-
keep the original.
But yeah, if that's your initiative, that's your initiative. I just saw the last roll with juggling everything else. I just saw the last roll, so that's why I put 12 in there.
And you saw that I rolled that 25 earlier, right?
An inch a mile, an inch a mile. Okay, what can these neat little orcs do? Oh, they can do that. That's kind of interesting.
I'll tell you what, though, there actually are some really cool orcs
Shush.
in Volo's guide.
Really cool witch.
Nothing.
Some really cool.
There are some very interesting orc classes, or orc kits, I guess, in the Volo's guide. Different things dedicated to different gods, including one that including one that would actually be very, very would find itself at home in things like Warhammer 40k if something was dedicated to Nurgle. Or I suppose even Warhammer, like Warhammer, if they were dedicated to Nurgle.
Are you talking about those big green bulbous things?
The ones that are basically dedicated to Yurtus, that are when a plague comes through the tribe, some of them are kept alive but not necessarily healed, and so they cultivate the infection on them, and then they're used as shock troops during the next attack.
Okay, I feel you all are just trying to delay you're using this as delay tactics because you're just so scared about this encounter and you're trying to talk about other things. but that's not going to work with such an experienced DM as myself. I see right through you guys.
Oh, good.
Krev, I remember. What's your AC, Krev? I remember that you rolled a stealth. I think a 10. You were going to hide as you heard this noise coming.
That was the plan.
Okay, and then Witchy, I see that you rolled a stealth too. Where I don't remember you saying that you were going to hide, but then again, you just keep reminding me of things that happened that I don't remember anyways.
I just rolled it rather than say it, so I didn't have, because it's so hard to get a word in edgewise.
Really? Really?
So there's Witchy on his sheet, just going click 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 click. This is what I did.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, these whoops. Let me open that again. Come on now. These orcs move, and this is five square whatever thingy. So we get some orcs moving up on. Actually, let me move that guy back for a second. We get some orcs moving up on lower here. Meanwhile, these orcs yell out that there's one in the back here.
They saw me.
So they actually move with relatively surprising speed. So let's oh yeah, they make it all the way to you. He does at least. Let's see if this guy does.
Barbarians.
Yeah, they make it all the way to you. They seem to just go.
Hi.
They seem to go just flying by Brile for whatever reason. And orc number 1 takes his great axe out and slices at Lore. And get ready for a battle, people. Does a 20 hit you?
Bring it.
Does a 20 hit you, Lore?
It does.
The orc looks at you and said, "I just brought it," and does 9 slashing damage. And orc number 2 will do the exact same thing. He likes what his friend did, and a 13 is probably going to miss. Mm-hmm. Good, because you don't want to see the slashing damage on that one. Krev, same thing with you. Great axe to the head. Ooh, a 23 I'm assuming is going to hit, especially against that 13.
Yeah.
That's 15 slashing damage.
Are you sure they didn't want to worship him, and that's why they ran to him because he was so mouthy? He's like an orc? Oh, it's an orc god.
It's an orc god who seems to have some ability to throw up lights up in the sky.
Well, that was the elf.
Yeah.
They're probably a little pissed off that I'm a half-orc hanging around with elves.
They're
prisoners.
Probably pissed off at that, and maybe pissed off a little bit that you're a half-orc and maybe see you as an abomination. I don't know. So the 23 hit for 15 damage. So that's going to mean the other 23 is going to hit, eh?
Yes.
For I'm taking no pleasure in this. For 4 damage.
4. Okay, 4 is better than
4 is less than 15. Yes. Okay.
Ow.
Krev, you're up.
Right, I cast fly.
Okay.
And I go up.
Now, is that an attack of opportunity? I'm going to assume it is.
Is there a way to disengage if I don't attack this round?
Yes, you can use your action to disengage, and there's no attack of opportunity. Exactly.
Then that is what I shall do. Because those 2 fellows on the ground can deal with getting hit more than I can. Mm-hmm. So I'm going up in the air, and we're going to start some aerial bombardment next round.
Okay. What's your fly speed? How assuming you go straight up, how far do you get up?
I should have already read this. I apologize.
That's all right.
I think it's a fly of 30.
Okay, we'll start with that, and if it's any different, then just change the angel wings on you. I put those there just to remind me that you're up in the air.
Right.
Can I just say something before my turn? I just want to commend Krev for really doing a great role playing today of the whole like voice of the half orc, and I nominate him for a role playing award. We can continue now.
You know what? First of all, we talked about this before you were on Discord, and the fact of that. Let's, because I haven't done this yet, I think, for this game, this adventure, let's give Krev inspiration just for his amazing roleplay voice.
Yay!
I'm sure you've all done something inspiration worthy, and I'm sorry that it finally came to this to get me to give out inspiration, but there you go.
It's cool. We're
I know.
serious. Playing favorites, you know. We get it. It's cool.
Well,
We're totally cool with that. That the orc needs a little something because they're so deficient in every other way.
Krev is geographically the closest to me.
True that.
Yay.
True that. Okay, Krev goes flying up. Probably shoots
60
a
foot, actually.
60 foot. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And Brile is up next.
Wow.
And you have not been seen.
Oh.
You don't believe you've been
Sorry.
seen. Yeah, go ahead.
There's one thing I should add. Because I'm always casting at max level, when you cast this spell as a 4th level or higher, you can add 1 additional creature for each spell level above 3rd. Oh, never mind. I can't actually cast 4th level spells yet.
Okay.
But in the future, I will be able to fly the entire damn party.
Okay, so Brile, it doesn't appear that you have been noticed yet.
Good to know. Have these been noticed yet?
Those would certainly be noticed, and as
Oops.
you're conjuring them verbally, then at least your location would be noticed. If not, you actually, I'm assuming you're hiding in a bush or a tree or something.
Oh,
other
hell
than,
no.
something other than neon lights pointing to you saying Brile's right here.
No. I'm right there. So get rid of all these extra versions of me that I accidentally dragged on that it won't let me get rid of. Actually, get rid of all the Borals off the screen.
Okay.
Oh, it's because I have the wrong thing selected. I can do it.
Oh, okay, you got it.
So suddenly where these wolves were, where Krev was, all these wolves suddenly appear, including me, as we all jump nowhere. I'm so excited! I might need to retcon that. I need to think a second. We have, what's the snatch with us? Does he have a torch or anything going, or is he... Oh, we have those... Would those still be there? Those aren't really concentration, but it's not really a light spell either. Okay, so does... what do we have for light source? There's a fire?
Campfire.
Okay, excellent. But then this is definitely what happened. Just be nice to me today.
Just
I need as
explain.
much love as possible.
This will be like a 3-minute encounter. Laura doesn't even get an attack, and everybody's dead.
And I'm not a direwolf, by the way. I dragged on the wrong character.
Oh, jeez.
I know. Sorry.
You're starting to green flame this turn. Green blade
Right?
or whatever it is.
There we
Leave
go.
the green flame into me.
Yeah, Laura hasn't even gone yet. I'm gonna go out and do my grocery shopping and come back.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Why is it such a move? Damn it. Okay, good to go. Okay, let's make this happen. Let's make it rain. So, my wolves decide to jump this guy right here.
Okay. Both of them are attacking the same one?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're attacking
advantage.
the orcs that are near the now flying half orc and leaving Laura all to himself.
Yes, of course I am.
Okay, and they have advantage given pack tactics and all that kind of good stuff.
Yes, they do.
So the 19 and 22 are going to hit both. And that orc is dead.
Excellent. And the orc beside him? I do not have advantage. Hold on a second.
So those
Okay.
those two attacks were one dire wolf attack.
No, each
Okay.
of the dire wolves attacked.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, polar bear time. Can you actually get it? Yeah, I guess you can get in there, can you?
I get to move. He's flying, so it's not like he's in my way.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm good with that. And sorry, this is not pack tactics. Polar bear doesn't get that. 13 still just hits. Just
Yay,
able
26 damage.
26. Where'd you get the?
Mhm.
Oh,
11 and 15. A bite in the claw.
Yeah, dead.
Piss me off, bitch. Let's go. Next.
So
And that's my turn.
That's your turn. Okay, Lore, you're up. Ah, damn it! I deleted the orcs and now they're off the freaking thing. You ever remember what the orcs had? The 18 or something like that, I think, eh?
It was 18 because they
yeah.
just beat me.
Yeah. Okay, Lore, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna try something a little bit different this time. So
Also,
I'm gonna.
Actually,
Ryle's off the turn order as well. He was at 12.
You guys just kill me. Actually, it looks like the ogres are up. I don't know how I got.
Oh yeah, they were
That
7 on
skip,
5.
Yeah, so just hold on to your hats there for a second. While I get Bryle in here too. Okay, there we go. Ogre, ogre, ogre. Ogre, ogre, ogre. He's going to stomp up to here. He's going to stomp up to here. And there, he's going to chuck a javelin at Lore.
Bring it.
They will. 11 probably misses. 21, I believe, hits.
Yeah.
Javelin goes piercing through your side for 13 damage.
Ow.
Smuck. And now it's Lore's turn.
Okay, are these ogres, what size are they? Are they large or huge?
Large.
Okay. I'm gonna shimmy. Actually, hold on.
Ogre or orc? The ogre, yeah, they're large.
Ogre.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna run past this orc. Like, I'm gonna move up there and then straight up to the ogre, and attack, provoke an attack of opportunity.
Okay. Yes, you
I
will.
guess it will be from both of them actually.
Oh yeah, you were here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So 2 great axes come at you. 21 hits.
Yep.
15. Does a 15 hit?
No, that misses.
Okay. 7 slashing damage as you run past them. I imagine it hit you in the buttocks as you run past. That's how I see that. Yeah.
See, I was hoping to be a cool guy and just, dodge their attacks, but I guess they're running pretty well today. I'm gonna do something I've not done before. I'm gonna use the shove action, which says it can be used on a size a size equal to yours or large, one size larger.
Yeah.
So if they're large, I should be able to shove them and knock them prone.
Okay. And is
I
that?
believe that's a strength. I'm not sure if it's strength or legs. Let me just quickly.
So you're not sure if it's strength or which? Or athletics?
Of legs.
So, my guess is going to be a strength, but check it if you want.
Shoving a creature. Attack.
So
You
far,
can make a special melee attack to shove a creature, either knock it prone or push it away from you. If you're able to make multiple attacks with the attack action, this attack replaces one of them. The target must be no. Blah blah blah. You make a strength athletics check contested by the target's strength, athletics, or dexterity, acrobatics. So yeah, it should be athletics.
Okay, go for it.
23.
Oh, you certainly knock him down. So you knock him prone or push him away, but you chose to knock him prone, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna knock him prone.
Okay, he is prone.
So now I'm gonna take my second attack, which should have advantage since he's prone.
Oh, look at you! I was about to get ready to berate you for. So you just ran up to this guy and knocked him prone. That's all you were doing.
I just read it because it specifically says if you have multiple attacks, it only counts as one of your attacks. So.
Yeah, smart move, smart move. 23 to 20 certainly hit.
Yeah, and I stabbed him with my offhand as well.
14 does not hit.
So 12 one attack, and now I'm going to do something as well, which I've not done before.
Okay, sorry, just 1 second. You hit with a 23. Oh no, I'm sorry. The 23 was the athletics. Excuse me. So 12 damage. Gotcha.
Yes, it would be my normal attack. I get 1 extra attack and my bonus attack. And since I used the 1 to shove, it's only my extra and my bonus. But now I'm going to use action surge, and see, this is where I think I explained it before. If you pop action surge, it counts. The way extra attacks are calculated, it especially says when you take the attack action, you get your additional attacks. And from what I've seen on like shows like Critical Role and other shows, and even on Reddit, I explained to some guy that I was like, no, you can't use an action surge and get all your extra attacks again, but apparently you can.
Sure.
Just by the way it's worded. It's just this is the way it's worded. Apparently, like if you use the base definition of it, then you can get your extra attacks. You can't get bonus attacks. So my offhand attack can't hit, but I can still get another 2 attacks. 1 from using the attack action, and another from my extra attack.
Go for it. Sounds like you've done a lot more research on it than I have. So go for it.
I definitely have.
24 hits.
How many
18 since he's still prone? Only 1 for now, but when I get level, I can't remember. When I get to another level, I get a second one. But it might be like level 17.
That makes sense. So if it's your like big attack,
yeah, that's what I mean. You only get once per. Yeah, you only get once per long rest, so it's literally like for basically burst damage for fighters. So you get like a burst of attacks once per round.
To lift that car off that crying baby.
24 hits and the 18 just hits.
16 damage. So a total of 28.
I've been reducing them as we go. So yeah, that. How's that ogre looking? He's looking pretty close to being bruised and bloodied.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Orc's turn again. This guy is up against the direwolf, so yeah, both of them can attack the direwolf, it looks like. If not, he'll move up 5 feet either way. Great axe to direwolf. Does a 14 hit?
Sure does.
Okay, and then the other orc is going to attack you.
Oh, no, it does. Oh, wait. Yes, it does. I'm looking at my AC as direwolf, not theirs. Yes.
Okay. So a 14 hits. Does a 13 also hit?
No. 14 is their AC.
Okay. So 12 slashing damage to that direwolf.
To open a notepad, because if I change it for one, it changes it for both.
Oh, that's right. Gotcha.
So what is it, minus what?
14? 12 hit points.
Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome. Sir, please, can I have another? Krev, you're up, and you are literally up, about 60 feet up.
Indeed. So from here, I think I'll let the direwolves take care of those orcs. I will start Eldritch blasting the ogre that Laura has already started it on.
Okay.
Eight's probably not a hit, but the...
Actually, sorry, you may or may not want to retcon this. That ogre is prone, therefore ranged attacks are actually a disadvantage, I believe.
Oh. Yeah, I would like to shoot the other one then.
Okay. These Eldritch Blasts go off towards Laura's ogre, and then all of a sudden just kind of take a left-hand turn.
We're off.
Just curve at the last second.
Actually, you know what? Anyways, the 8 doesn't hit, the 20 does. Which, quite frankly, would have been, I think, the exact same results for the ogre in front of Laura.
So I basically would you
wish to pick an ogre? Not to meta too much.
I think that's one meta too far.
Okay.
So we'll go with the standing ogre.
Gotcha.
Blasted. One misses, one hits, only 4 points of damage. That's really atrocious. And I just I guess I just stay where I am, out of reach.
Mm-hmm.
The dire wolf starts to make this laughing hyena kind of sound. It's really strange. I've never heard that before.
Yeah. Your turn, Witchy.
Watch me nuts.
And it is Witchy's turn.
So, let's see, Mr. Wolf. So are one of these two hit or injured yet, or no?
No, they're both fresh.
Then to the left. To the left.
Alrighty.
A 21 for one and an 8 for the other.
Yeah, the 21 hits, the 8 does not.
Of course.
Okay, so the one on the left is bloodied and bruised.
And then this big bear starts to... How far is it? Hold on. Oh, yes, it is. Oops.
Loving the sound effects.
Yeah, exactly.
And...
17 and a
17
9?
and 19. 17 and a 19?
19, yes, sorry.
Yeah. 17 misses, the 19 hits. For 13.
For 13. He has to... That's fine. Go.
Okay, and...
That's my turn.
Gotcha. I'm just going to... where are we with? Let's do this. I just realized that we're all on the edge of the map there, so I figured I'd give you a little bit more room to the right.
And also, one of these guys, the guy that got hit, has to make his saving throw versus...
Versus being prone?
Yeah.
He's already prone.
No, not the guy I'm on. The guy that the wolves are on.
Oh, the orc on the left?
Yeah, DC 13, strength save.
He makes that. He's good.
He was already prone anyway, so.
No, it is
Yeah.
the orc.
No,
the
not
orc
him.
he's talking about.
Okay. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
You hit the
Now
orc on...
it's-
Sorry, you hit the orc on the left, right?
Mhm.
For... What did we... It's for whatever reason it didn't...
For
9.
Hold on.
The 17 hit. No, that's the polar bear, excuse
No,
me.
the 18. So so for
9. Yeah,
Yes.
9 again. Sorry. For whatever reason, it didn't seem to... Okay, there we go. Ogres are up. Okay, so the ogre that Lore took out is going to use his movement to get up, half his movement to get up.
I'm right back down again.
And we'll take, as he's getting up, takes his great club, swings at Lore for a 9, which I'm sure is going to miss.
Mm-hmm.
Ogre number 2 is going to saddle over to you with his great club as well. To Lore. And, oh my, a 10.
Shit, those would have even missed me, which is like impossible almost. What the
Yeah.
hell?
That's even like with a +6 on the attack. That's terrible.
I nimbly dodge.
Exactly. And Lore, you're up.
Okay,
And 1,000 cuts to you.
I'm going to attack the one I attacked before, the injured one. I'm not gonna shove him this time. I'm just gonna poke him full of holes.
Okay, so the guy to your north, directly to your north. A 10's going to miss. An 8's going to miss. A 14 is also going to miss.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Are these ogres wearing armor?
Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. They have hide armor, but why is the token showing a drastically different armor class than the... Just 1 second, guys. I could have been cheating here.
That's okay. We need the challenge.Maybe we'll get the attention of the dragon and it'll be like, well, you guys were worthy of my attention.
Because
Or maybe they'll be like, oh, let me finish you off.
I remember the... I remember the ogres in the Dripping Caves having a really high AC as well. Anybody have access to looking up what an ogre's AC actually no, I do through the
Yeah, I just looked in the SID and apparently it says AC 11.
okay.
So I don't know. That's why I asked if they were
With
wearing
high
armor.
armor, yeah.
Yeah, no, I have no idea why it's picking up 18. Let me
Even
see.
if they were ogre zombies, it would be only be an 8.
Yeah. So just give me a second here. I'm gonna.
Those are cold, so you might want to warm it up a little.
Yeah, I have no idea why it's picking up an 18. But that's how Roll20 had it set, so they're to blame. Let's go back. The 14 hits, and I'm sure some of the other things hit as well. So we can either go back or look, or just call it from here on in.
Just call it from here on in.
Yeah, I think we can just carry on from here.
Yeah.
So 9 piercing.
That
The
even
one.
that evens out all the cheating that you guys have done up to now.
Yes.
Yeah, like that time that I didn't realize that I cast 2 spells that had concentration, like that kind of cheating?
That's exactly what I'm thinking about. You're exactly
I've
right
never
right
cheated in my life. I'm an honest boy.
Okay, he's still up, but certainly bloodied and bruised.
Okay, since I've not moved this time, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move. Actually, I don't know if I can do that actually. See, I was
gonna do a full double layout, round
No,
off,
I
triple
was actually gonna
somersault.
go and climb on you. I was gonna climb on you and get on your back, but
Woohoo!
I think
Air cavalry.
I'll drop a shoulder for that.
I would if I did that. I think I would take an opportunity to the one from my left. So
You would.
yeah, so I'm just gonna stay here for now. And that's my turn.
Okay. And orcs are up. Let's make sure their armor class is actually working properly too. Yeah. Alrighty, they're gonna attack.
Now they take an attack of opportunity for existing.
No, they are both going to attack Direwolf to the left with their great axe. 11
Nope.
and a 22.
Oh yes.
Does 11 damage on Direwolf
Okay.
to the left.
That's the same one that was injured before, so now he's got... Okay, he's still good.
Okay.
He's looking damaged though now.
Okay. Thank you for that. And Krev, you're up. Still in the air.
Yes.
How do you can get it up?
Okay.
Oh.
So I target the polar bear. 2 more Eldritch Blasts on this fellow.
Okay.
Although, yeah. Anyway.
With the correct AC this time.
So I still only hit with one of them.
Okay.
I do 8 damage this time.
And he is on his last straw.
Dope. Anyway, that's my turn.
Or his last sinew, maybe. Okay, Polar Bear, you're up.
Well, the one who's almost dead, I'm gonna... First off, I'm gonna bite the bugger and see if he's still up.
Okay.
And he's not.
Nope. Done.
And then I swing around to the other guy beside me, getting underneath my friend. No, getting beside my friend. And I swipe at him with a big roar and miss him. But
No, that hits. Yeah, that just hits.
No advantage.
So 9 on him. No, 12 hits.
Oh, excellent.
It's
And
11.
just give him a nice big swipe and then roar at his face all ferally.
And he
With
roars.
all the goo dripping out of my out of my mouth and everything.
And he roars
Think like
back
a-
at you
like a
all
French mastiff.
ferally as well.
Excellent. We're off. And then
Oh, I just made you disappear.
oh, that's okay. I'm used to that. And then my wolf bites the guy that he was on for 12 points. Is he still up?
Give me a second. I'm trying to get you back. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. There you. Did you get back? Yeah, there you are. And I'm sorry, what's going on now? Direwolf is biting who?
The wolf attacked the guy to the left.
Okay.
The one that was
Ogre,
damaged.
ogre
12
to the
points
left. 19, 12.
Not ogre.
Or orc. Excuse me.
Orc, yeah.
He is dead.
Nice. And then the other direwolf comes running up here and takes a big bite, still with pack advantage for 17, which I believe hits.
Okay, but
And does 10 points of piercing.
Oh, I was gonna.
But the what?
I was gonna ask for an attack of opportunity, but you ran around the orc to the ogre.
He's dead.
No, the guy on the left is dead. The guy on the right is still alive.
Wait, what? Oh, there's two guys. That's who I'm attacking. Sorry. That was just a misunderstanding.
You either need you either need another coffee or you don't need another coffee. I'm not too sure which.
Yes, I'm having a blind moment. He wouldn't have run off on his fake buddy, so he would have.
17 hits for 10 damage, and the orc is still up, but certainly bloodied and bruised.
It's still moving around him and getting on both sides of him to like split up his focus, and it's like, come on, bitch. Making the yin yang symbol out of it. Okay, that's my turn.
I love your strategy.
There's yin yang.
Okay, and where are we? Ogre's up, and I know orc is off the turn order, but it's just because of the one I disappeared. Ogre's up. Let's have ogre try to do it again to Lore here. 14.
Miss.
Okay. And Lore, you're up.
And he gets one attack.
I'm sorry?
I said, does he only get one attack?
The ogre?
Mm-hmm.
I can give him 2 if you want.
No, that's alright. I'm just checking.
He gets 1.
Cool beans. I'm gonna poke him full of holes then. Bam, bam, bam.
The first 2 hit, the second one, the third one misses. So that's 19.
19, and I'm gonna shimmy around his side to about there.
Okay.
I got right beside you so you could ride me, and you didn't.
Actually, no. I'm gonna stay where I am. Actually,
Okay.
I'm gonna stay where I am because I know that my presence helps Brile's attacks land.
Doesn't in this form.
I know he's inspired. And it doesn't.
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, screw you then. I'm moving.
You know that's just in the wolf form.
I mean, but me being here naturally inspires you, so it's cool.
That's totally it.
Distracted by my prick bonus. Okay, that's my turn.
Okay. I know you can't see it on the turn order, but it's the orc's turn. And what's this orc's intelligence? He's not smart. Well, I don't think this has anything to do with intelligence. He's thinking
combat.
From behind and being bitten at from the front. What does he do?
No, he's thinking that they were able to hit Lore a lot easier than the direwolves. So he moves up there, doesn't take an attack of opportunity because he's still within
Not
melee.
even from the left direwolf? Oh.
Yeah, still within melee. And
Yeah.
goes at Lore with his great axe. Oh, 6.
So you said that Law's easy to hit, which is funny because I've got the highest AC in the group, which is like the sad thing about it.
But they fluked out on their first hits and thought,
Yeah,
easy
they
one.
started off just tagging you left, right, and center. Krev, you're up.
Right. Okay. So 2 more in the ogre.
Okay. 19 hits. 19 hits.
That's better. 10 points of damage. So
10.
Boom, boom.
And he is bloodied and bruised, but still up.
Hit with these beautiful concussive blasts of like ghostly naughtiness.
Say ghostly naughtiness.
Ghostly naughtiness.
It's more basically electric green stuff.
I thought the Eldritch Blast was the ghostly ones. Which one's that?
I think you're thinking of Witch Bolt. Eldritch Blast is like a. Hang on. I will
I thought it was
find
the
it
other way
and
around.
let you know the description on my turn.
That's all good. I thought it was the other way around. That the Witch Bolt was the green arc of flame, and the Eldritch Bolt was like this sort of like ghostly attack.
So while
All good though.
the polar bear and the half orc are having a conversation about Eldritch Blast,
Hell to
the
the
ogre gets
no.
a second attack. This is on the ogre
Direwolf takes his bite.
on the orc.
Yeah.
Dead.
Other direwolf moves, takes his bite. Only in a little. No, he's got a 12 because now he's got pack tactics.
Sorry, 12 hits for 6.
Big bear takes a bite. Big bear takes a claw. For a total of 24 damage.
Dead.
Stands up on his hind legs, bangs his chest with his mouth doing that thing that the bears' mouths do when they like wriggle and all the skin jiggles, and it's really quite scary.
Sure. The skin jiggling is a scary thing.
Don't you remember like Grizzly Family Adams or whatever it was called, or Grizzly Adams? That's like Grizzly Adams, and the bear would like stand up and his mouth would do that whole wriggly thing. It was all scary.
I remember Family Grizzly Adams, and yes, I remember that.
You're old. How do you remember that?
Because I'm as old as you are. I think we've established this.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
1971, baby.
1970. We're almost there together.
Yeah. No, we aren't. You are older.
Shush you.
Hey, you're both old. Let's leave it at that.
So the 80s baby, 90s baby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, you're young enough to be my son. That's terrible. Anyways,
there you go. You successfully took care of the ogres and the orcs. This Northern Light thing that you were doing, would that have gone away given that
Nah.
No?
no,
Like,
because I mean I can maintain the
It's not a constant.
weather or for an hour, right? So
Yeah.
I don't think so. Let me just
Okay.
double check, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't see any reason it would.
What spell was it?
Druidcraft. Concentration, no. And so there's in the description where it talks about creating the tiny harmless sensory effects to predict the weather, blah blah blah. They can last for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I actually only realised recently that Druidcraft is like Druidcraft by itself is like
Scary.
3 wizard cantrips combined.
Yeah.
It's so good. Like a lot of wizard cantrips can only do those kind of effects like in a single effect by themselves, but Druidcraft is like, hey, it's like 3 in 1.
It's like I can like make plants all like bloom and bud and like wriggle around my wrists and stuff. I can make candles and torches and campfires like combust or dissipate or whatever. I can make like winds gust. I can create like these like weather balls. Like there's lots of stuff you can do with it. So it's kind of, I think the idea behind Druidcraft, and there's this sorcerer version and the wizard version or whatever, right? I think it's your free spell that lets you do anything you can think of that doesn't really affect the balance of the game. That's in line with the concept of the class, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of my idea. Mm-hmm. It's like the Mickey Mouse thingy with the dancing brooms, whatever. It doesn't hurt anything, and it's just free magic.
Just mostly for like fluff and flavor.
Mm-hmm. But it's cool if you use it right. So I'm staying in bear form.
Okay.
And my wolves are staying around, looking around like all, guardingly.
So the wolves last for an hour, I think.
2 hours now.
2 hours.
Hold on.
And your bear form lasts as long as you want it to last?
No, maybe it's the wolves are an hour and I'm 2 hours, or no, I think I'm 3 hours now.
Okay.
So they last 1 hour, and I last half of my level hours. I think 3 hours.
Okay. All right. And it's you guys went trudging off. I'm going to guess it's about 1 a.m. Because you guys headed off into like you started this trek at the foot of the mountains around 6ish or something like that, shortly after dinner time. You don't sense or see anything else at this point. Lore is a little wounded. Krev is a little wounded. Witchy, I don't think he took any hits, eh?
Hell no.
Of course not. Why would you?
Witchy's walking around like waddling like on his back legs with his hands on his hips like roar, like bring it. Trying to make more noise. It's like, come on, dragon.
So what's the plan at this point? Is the idea to take a long rest?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I took a few good hits in it. I'm like definitely looking bloodied, like Brett said. I would like to take a long rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, before I took to the skies, I'm at 2/3 of my health in one round. That hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if you pussies need to rest, I can rest with you. I should let my sidekick get some rest.
Yeah, I've been with some of the long rests. I've been forgetting Vorpal's idea there, which I always thought was a good idea. Just kind of do a little bit of role play or such like that. Again, it's always up to you guys. I'm fine to kind of keep things moving along, but I'll want to certainly remember that when Vorpal's here next time, because it was his idea, and I thought it was kind of a neat one in terms of role playing either at that moment or role playing something that happened in the past or something like that. But
Vorpal, I miss my Vorpal.
Vorpal. While you do your long rest, though, let's have a really quick talk, because this kind of came up in my mind the other day too, about experience points. I know that this adventure is you can do milestone, which is what we've been doing up to this point. I just wanted to check to make sure that as you guys are going through these encounters, you would collect a few experience points here and there, and maybe at some point we just decide, you know what, you're level 7. You know, you've gone through enough that you're level 7. I'm not overly concerned about keeping you guys at the prescribed levels.
And we're doing a long rest too, and everything.
Well, I would say as well is that we're doing a lot of side quests, right, as well. So I don't think that adventure factors those into it, does it? I don't think it does.
No, it doesn't. And so what we haven't been doing is adding up experience points. At the same time, obviously every level, the jump is quite a bit. That I would imagine the encounters that you've been in probably haven't got you to level 7 yet. I'm just guessing. I'm not trying to keep you guys down a level. I'm just wanting to let you guys know that I'm also don't want to lose track or lose sight of the fact that if you guys feel like, holy mackerel, like we've been in 15 different encounters with 17 different dragons and we're still level 6, like what's going on here? So whenever you guys feel that it's reasonable to go up to level 7, I don't think you're there yet with these encounters, but I don't want to lose sight of that. What's that?
So if you're gonna offer it to us now, then I'll definitely take it. But
I'm okay waiting a bit, even though I just keep hearing that sound of level up in my head.
Yeah.
My gut says that you're not at level 7 yet.
Okay, we're about to encounter another dragon. That could change.
One thing I will say as well is that there are 3 of us now, technically. So
Oh yeah.
might be getting a little bit more XP than we would otherwise.
Yeah, we have to be careful with that. We don't want to leave Warble behind because he'll be sad.
Yeah.
Or
bad. Just keep that in the back of your minds. But I'm just going to do a little bit of...
Hypothetically, though, if we were to kill a dragon, would that give us more experience and just an encounter where we don't kill this bitch dragon who's just nearby? Just asking for a friend.
Hypothetically, if you killed a dragon, you would get experience. Whether you would get a level 7 experience, I don't know. What's the jump from 6? You guys are all 6, right?
Yeah, I've actually on my character sheet when we got up a level, even though we're doing the milestone system, I will put the XP at level what it takes to get to level 6. So at level 6, it requires 14,000 to get to level 6.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is to 7. Let me have a quick look.
You guys are all 6 right now, right? Is that, or 5? Where are you guys?
They're 6. I'm 8.
No, we're all level 6. It's 23,000. 23,000 experience to level 7. And so that's
23,000, 14 to 23. Was that what you said?
Yeah, 14 to 23. So that's 9,000 experience to get to level 7 from 6.
Yeah. And
AC lore.
Hey, you know, we can go back down to Kryptgarden and like just farm boars for like days and grind.
Rather not grind.
I'm just
Yeah,
trying to.
no, I think what we're doing is awesome.
Yeah,
That's okay. I prefer different kind of grinding.
I'm just checking. I'm just trying to check what the milestone is for this. You're in chapter 3 right now. I'll have to find it later. What the I have a general idea what the milestone is, but I need to confirm it. Okay. Morning breaks. You've had your long rest. You're back up to full health.
Hold on.
Hey.
Wait.
What?
No.
Huh? Who? What?
Roleplay.
Okay,
Okay,
roleplay
so
something.
question. First, so for that hour that my wolves were around, I would have stayed in my bear form, and we would have all guarded the camp and seen if anybody else was, stupid enough to come.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I'm sure the boys were looting the bodies of, our conquest.
And found nothing. Keep going.
Damn you! Damn you! You're gonna rip us off of XP. I mean, anyways. So then I would have shifted back into my human form, and I would have done the ritual to make sure we didn't miss anything magical, and we didn't, I guess. And
How,
then
how does a DM take a PC down a level again? How does that work?
It's called a white, I think.
Is that in this version? I thought it was only in different versions.
No, I think there was 3 or something.
Yeah, it was like second edition and third edition.
Yeah, those are nasty. But
Mostly I thought it was DMs basically invoke the god of game balance, and all of a sudden you're a level lower.
Just suddenly go to sleep, you wake up and just forget half years of your life and all the experience you gained.
or you just get aged 100 years and can't play anymore.
That wasn't his fault. He actually let me roll that one.
I know. So, but anyways, and then if they had nothing and we were all resting and kind of talking around the campfire and eating and kind of drinking, then I would have said to Laura, so hey, it looked like you were gonna try to mount me for a bit there. That was kind of exciting for a moment.
Look, I know you're inset, but it was purely for combat reasons.
Okay, I thought maybe you're trying to get even with me for the whole thing back in the town in the not so comfy bed.
Well,
we'll have to work on that. That could be maybe fun. I don't know. No, the combat reason.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I just look at the conversation between the two of them. It's like, okay.
And I whispered to Raoul, I think Grev's getting a little bit jealous. I think you might have to include him as well.
No, let's just keep it going.
Okay.
Keep it going. That's good foreplay.
You could always conjure a direwolf for Krev, so he
True
doesn't.
that.
So he doesn't feel left out.
Man, when Bulbul eventually comes back, he's going to go, what the fuck have you guys been up to? Seriously.
Exactly. Wait, can't I conjure orcs? Those are animals, right?
No.
That sick burn.
I don't. Yeah. I don't know if that if you can conjure animals and orcs and such. I think fall under creatures.
I'm kidding.
You might want to check that at some point.
Yeah. Monsters, humanoids.
Yeah, that was just a joke, but that was, bitchy at the same time.
Sorry, go ahead, Dethick.
You don't say.
And then Witchy, what were you going to...
So yeah, we'd just kind of have a little bit of playful banter about the whole mounting me thing, but just kind of put the seed in his ear that maybe we should kind of experiment with that at some point, maybe on our way up north, not when we're in the middle of the mountains getting jumped on things, but also just kind of kill some time, be watching for any sign of anything, and if nothing comes, then yeah, I guess just go to sleep, take turns, whoever wants to be first.
Be first going to sleep or be first riding you?
No, that too. No, taking turns keeping watch at night. And
two notes from the DM, one game related, one not. Seth, you may enjoy this. I've tripped across and been taking to watching 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown, which I don't know.
Dude, 8 out of 10 cakes is so hilarious.
Yes, it is.
And the episode I saw recently was John Davidson, his his mascot. They each have an item, a mascot. Check this out on YouTube, Richie, if you don't know what we're talking about. His mascot was a horn, like a bike horn or a truck horn, like wah, wah, that kind of thing. And he would ring it any time that there was an innuendo in the show. And so as all this is going on right now, the last 15 minutes, all I can think of is John Davidson.
That horn going.
I think that's his name.
Jimmy
John
Carr is hosting that thing. There's going to be innuendos
Oh,
everywhere.
left, right, center. Yeah, his name's John Davidson, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Because there's another John Davidson. What did he used to do? Like the dating game or something like that here in the States, or well, not here in the States, but on the this side of the pond. Anyways, there was another John Davidson, but yeah, I've got the name right. The other one I've tripped across is quite interesting. QI. With
Oh yeah, cute.
QI's.
Stephen Fry he's not like hilarious guy, but like the things he always makes, like, I don't know, it's one of those intelligent quips that just make me laugh.
yeah, he's hilarious in a straight man kind of way.
Yeah.
Which is funny because he's not.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, I meant the
yes.
Awesome.
Anyway, I've been watching my partner and I have actually been watching the most recent series of QI when it goes on newsgroups available for download, because of course we don't get it live in Canada at all. And Sandy Toksvig has actually done a pretty good job of filling in for Stephen Fry's shoes. It's been really good.
Yeah, I've watched a few with her, and she used to be a pretty frequent guest or panelist or whatever they call it. So she certainly knew her chops as well.
I never realized you guys got a lot of shows over there.
You know what? I've picked it up on YouTube. I don't know
Okay.
how I ended up finding it on my, like, it just shows up on my suggested list, and it was a great
My
suggestion.
partner loves British television. I think it comes from the fact he was actually born in Britain, but he moved over to Canada as a child.
Oh yeah.
But he so we watched the Graham Norton show, and we watched QI quite regularly.
Yeah, I used to watch it.
Graham Norton is
sorry.
hilarious.
Yeah, he is hilarious.
Yeah. Shoot, I was going to say one more thing about. The other thing it had me do by watching some of these shows is I did a Google search on. I'll call it profanity, though I don't. Words are words kind of thing. It's how you use them, not the words themselves. But anyways, just to check of like the shows, the language that's allowed or seemingly allowed, and the innuendos and such. The language certainly wouldn't fly in North American TV at all.
I'm sorry.
And the innuendos would be pretty close as well. So I did a little bit of Google search and found like some discussion boards talking about this, and some Brits were pretty amazed. Like, what, you don't hear shit or fuck or whatever every now and then, and it's like, no. Like, I think the closest we got was Degrassi Junior High, I think, was the first TV show in Canada to use either shit or fuck or both of those words. I think shit. I think that was it.
Yeah.
It would have been bleeped out if it was from like a news report or something like that.
Yeah, over here we have I think it's called, I can't remember if it's I think it's called the Watershed, and it's basically like after like 9 or 10 o'clock, like you can say whatever you want on TV. You can say anything, you can show anything. It's
The kids are assumed to have gone to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing that came up while looking at those discussions on boards and such like that was, I think it was a British person said, yeah, we can, say all this stuff. And he said, I've actually traveled to the States, and the differences I've noticed is, yes, language-wise, you're very restricted in North America. But violence-wise, it was almost the exact opposite. That the level of violence in North American TV versus, I guess, European TV, I don't know. This is what he was suggesting, which for me has always made South Park the movie the South Park the movie was funny. I found it a little long in the third quarter, but it was funny. But it was also bang on, because the whole point of that movie was we can shoot as many people as we want. We can show blood and violence and punching and all that kind of stuff. But my gosh, you say shit on TV and everybody gets in an uproar. Like where is the Tipper Gores of the world when like you're plunging a knife through somebody's chest? But my gosh, you talk about sex and hang on. So that seemed to be the major difference. I don't know if it is, but that's one person's commentary on the major difference between the television in the two countries or areas.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that comparison quite a lot about American TV being a lot more violent and it's just a lot more graphic. But anything relating to like sex and stuff like that, it's I don't know. It seems really like more taboo, which is kind of bizarre as well. When I think of America, I don't think of like a super conservative place, but like when it comes to TV, it's a bit strange.
Mm-hmm. So what it ends up with is a bunch of sexually frustrated North Americans running around shooting everybody. Who just rolled? That was Witchy. What's that 36 for?
My initiative. I thought we were in combat.
Okay, in game, I will fill you in on something that Ventus. I'd actually kind of prepped Vorpal for this before I knew he wasn't going to be able to make it here. In his contact with all of his people and these magical messaging and stuff like that, one of the things that he has received is information on a dragon known as Felgulus. I will go with. And I don't believe I shared this with Ventus anyway. I shared it. I PM'd him this, thinking that he would then add it into the game, but then I found out that he wasn't going to be able to make it. From what I can tell, there are no spoilers in that article. But what Ventus has learned is this dragon is usually relatively active and kind of curious about the world and just kind of always kind of checking in and around with Faerun. And his contacts have found this one dragon noticeably missing or haven't seen him for some weeks or months. So knowing Ventus's connection with dragons and knowing Ventus is currently traveling, they have sent him a message through magical means to say, hey, can you just keep an eye out for this dragon, and if seen, just let us know.
And take his loot? Excellent.
And I read it pretty decently some time ago, and I reread it before I sent it to him. And I've been kind of holding back on it, knowing that Vorpal wasn't going to be available the last few games. But I sent it to him last week, expecting him to be here today. But yeah, I'm pretty juvenile male bronze dragon. He is. I'm not giving
and
this
we're
to you.
Looking for a juvenile male bronze dragon.
Yeah, I just realized I'm not giving this to you right now to line up with the dragon that you're about to see. May or may not.
We're meant to find out. It's meant to be copper, right, not bronze.
Yes, that's right. And 3 unusual characteristics: a carefree self-reliance that steers him well clear of treasure-grasping paranoia that afflicts so many dragons. A knowledge matched by few elves and even fewer humans of everyday life of all things on the surface of Faerun, and a mastery of magic. And somewhere in here it does talk about spends his days wandering aimlessly about Faerun, peering at this and that. He stops to feed or whenever he sees something that interests him, and trades information about what he's seen with folk that meet him for other news. So this would be a dragon that, for the most part, most people wouldn't fear, that are used to seeing and dealing with dragons. Your average person would have gone running either way. And among the dragon knowledgeable people would be a little bit more active, and the fact that they're not seeing this dragon as active is interesting, and they're trying to, okay, let's keep tabs on this. It's essentially
this is my backup character. This is why you get sharing this.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay.
You add him to my sheet.
Anything else? Yeah, you can put him on your shoulder, just like
exactly.
Krev's.
TJ.
Yeah. Anything else before morning breaks and you guys move along.
Send our animal companions out for a quick look.
Yeah, they don't bring back anything of note.
And doing a ritual after breakfast just to see if any animals are about that I can speak with, and if so, have you seen any activity over the night and or this morning? Any interest perhaps by some great big worm or anything?
And their response is no activity, but we can keep kind of guiding you towards this kind of weird, again magical, I guess we'll call this area where weird stuff happens.
Okay.
And so you break and you're heading off again, and after some hours of trudging over the mountain and fearing for your lives once or twice along a narrow path, and I just saw that Seth. Do anybody want to take a break, or do you want to keep yeah? Does anybody want to take a break, or just keep on going? I'm good to keep going. Seth will probably be back
I
in a
just
moment.
peed, so I'm good.
Okay, Devik, how are you on that end?
I'm holding up.
Are you still awake?
I am.
I'm still sad that Deathic changed his character a little bit and doesn't speak to animals anymore because I was really looking forward to calling him Snow White.
Oh,
it never got to happen.
Gosh. So.
Right?
Someday, my prince.
That's even better. That's even better with the voice.
I know, right? Got excited there for a minute.
Yeah. So you're trudging through the mountains with the woodland creatures guiding you where it needs to be, and one of the things that you notice as after a number of hours, it's getting towards noontime now. Number of hours of doing your mountain climb here, is you pass by an area where worked into the stone is what's very obviously a magical carving of a dragon's smiling face, head.
Recent?
I don't give me an Arcana check. I was going to say I don't think you could tell how recently, but let's let the dice and your skills determine how well you can check that.
I don't have advantage or anything.
No, you don't. And Seth, you've it's about midday, and you found this magical carving in one of the rocks of a dragon's head, and which is just doing an Arcana check to see how recent it might have been. Do you you and Krever welcome to your Arcana check if you feel that you've got any skill in that area or any luck?
Well, and I would be like, do you guys think these are recent? And I'd be like tracing it with my fingers. And
I run up to him and I shout, "First row door."
Yeah, sorry, you shut what? You run up to it and shut what?
I said I run up to it and shout, "First row door" from Skyrim.
oh my god.
All right. Well, both of you take a look at it, and you aren't able to tell how recent it.
I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. It looks kind of new, I guess, but maybe it looks really kind of old.
Yeah.
Damn. I guess it's all perspective, right? How long does the dragon live? Is it old to him or new to him?
And remind me how fast you travel 24 hours in an 8-hour period on normal terrain, right? So that's 12 hours in an 8-hour period. So you're going about I think a mile and a quarter every hour while you go here. Okay. All right. So that's what you notice. Anything else? Continue traveling. Like that's all the notes that you can take on that thing. Unless you have any other ideas.
I would say we definitely mark it, and like if we have a map and just we know where it is if we want to come back to it.
Yeah, I would imagine that you're doing some sort of crude mapping. Certainly not cartography or anything like that, but just kind of general mapping.
Hold on, let me roll my cartography skill.
That would be survival.
Exactly. Excellent.
There you go. There you go.
Set this in my mind, okay?
If it wasn't for the woodland creatures, by the way, I would be having you guys do survival checks, and there's a kind of a neat way of doing in D&D. I wouldn't have you do. I read up this recently that instead of doing survival checks every hour, X whatever, this one person suggested. I thought it was a great idea. At the end of the day, you do a survival check, and depending on what your survival check is, depends how closely you got to your goal or not. But you don't know that until a certain point. Still, a certain point in time, you realize we are lost. Like we were supposed to come to a mountain at this point in time, and we're still in the forest, and there's no mountains.
Some of those rolls need to be like unseen by the player, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I've seen other suggestions where, like for example, stealth rolls or survival rolls, that the DM actually rolls it on your behalf, and you don't know. Like you either don't know what the roll is, or you don't even know that you rolled a. Like you may say, hey, I want to be stealthy right now. Okay, I'm going to roll your stealth check. You have no idea. All you know as a player, as a PC, is that you are trying to be stealthy. And then the DM might describe that, well, you stepped on a few twigs and made some noise. But was that an 11 or was that a 3 that you rolled? You don't know.
I like that.
Yeah. Okay, so you continue traveling along. You see a few more of these over the next few hours. You see about 3 or 4 more hours. You see a few more of these magical carvings. It's up to you whether you want to investigate them further, but you're certainly running into more of them. One of the things... Oh, look at you! Look at you.
I'm like,
Yeah.
once, maybe, no big deal. Twice, okay, no, we need to spend more time. Look at these.
Yep. And again, rules do allow that, like for example, if you're trying to pick a lock, you can attempt that every hour to re-pick that lock. So same kind of thing here. So you're checking out this one magical carving that you've come along of this dragon's face. You're looking into it. And certainly...
I have a theory, but...
Yeah, certainly magical. It hasn't... When you say you're checking to see how recently it was done, explain recent to me.
Well, that's what I said earlier. Like, I mean, that's kind of subjective. But if this is a young dragon who's only recently been here, that's what she said to us. But to her, recent could be, oh, he's been here for like 100 years, and it's been a real pain in my ass.
Yeah.
Well, to me, recent is like a year, right?
Yeah.
For her, that could be 100 or whatever. So we don't really have a context. But But I just want to know, is this recent? Does it look like it's actively magic? Is it like some sort of scrying tool? Is it like some sort of ward? Is it like, I'm just trying to get some sort of sense of what the purpose of these are, or is it just sort of like, I'm pissing on a tree?
Well, you certainly get the sense that they aren't recent in terms of like a handful of weeks or something like that. Like we're talking on at least the order of a few months, maybe even longer. Yeah, could be a year or more, but you certainly know that it's not. It's not in the last few weeks or days. You also, in speaking with Ventus or other people that you might have met in the woods and such, you also know that copper dragons, the area around their lair is warped by magic from the dragon, and so this could be one of those ways that the dragon's magic is brought about within the area of its lair.
I'm going to tell these guys, I think there's something significant about these stones, and I want to stop for a bite to eat. And while we do that, like just stop for, it's midday now, so it's a good time to eat. And while we do that, I'm going to do my ritual for magic and see if I can get any sense of the purpose of these stones, because I think that they're either a hint or some sort of guiding, or could be a guidepost for us in some way. Anyone opposed?
Nope.
Excellent. Sit your asses down and have some leftover stew.
That we carried along with us.
Exactly.
As one does when they're backcountry camping.
Exactly. You haven't seen me
why make one serving of stew for everybody when we can make two and pick up the remaining and carry it along with us?
Well, because maybe I killed an animal and we had to eat, and I don't waste animals.
Of course
flesh,
not.
So.
Yeah, man, it's cool. We put it in some vials, put a cap on it, we sit down and make a fire, warm it up.
Just off topic real quick, the first time I went backpacking, we had cans in our backpack.
Oh Lord.
I didn't put them there. Someone else did, and I was like, "What the hell? Why is your pack so heavy?" And then when I started pulling shit out, I was like, "Are you kidding me right now?"
Oh Lord.
Anyways, so yeah,
So
we're stupid that way.
you do this ritual to determine what again?
I just do detect magic.
Okay, but I thought you were trying to determine something specific.
Well, with the detect magic, I want to find out the nature of these stones, if there's any active magic on them. Because if there is, I might be able to see that it's like some sort of like scrying magic or illusion magic or protective magic of some sort, like alteration or something, right?
Yep. You don't pick up any particular school. What you get is that they are just magically carved into the rocks. That you don't feel that there's any
Active magic on
magical
them.
property to go along with them, other than the fact that they were placed there magically, as opposed to a hammer and a chisel. And but you do get a sense of that the magic kind of disrupting this area is stronger in a certain direction. That you would
Okay.
yeah. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. So after I finish that, I come back to the boys and say, "So yeah, these are just the dragon pissing on some trees." So, but I do get a
that
sense
just happens to
we're-
look like a dragon's head.
Yeah, but I just sense that we're heading in the right direction, and that I think we're getting closer. So, yay! I hope.
Yep. Well, the woodland creatures. Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm like looking at Laura. I'm like, tell me a little more about that chest plate.
The woodland creatures have gotten you this far to this strange area that they could sense that there's kind of a magic I don't know, disruption or whatever.
Magic aura.
Yeah, exactly. And as you continue a little bit further from your brief break, where Witchy or Bryle does all this, that you, as you get closer to this kind of general area of stronger magic that Bryle kind of pointed you towards, you are running into, and Witchy, you would, or Bryle would notice this first and foremost, you now start running into tiny beasts such as rodents and birds, and maybe even some of the woodland creatures that were helping you guide you, that normally would not be able to speak, all of a sudden start to speak in a language. And I have to remind myself.
While you're looking that up, I just want to mention something.
Yeah.
As we pass each of these stones, I'm going to use some druidcraft to like clean them up. I'm going to like have like flowers bloom around them and stuff. I'm going to like kind of almost like altars in a sense, you know what I mean? And kind of like just make them better. And maybe if he notices what we're doing, he'll notice that. Anyways.
So you're not removing them. You are.
Nope, not desecrating, not removing them. I'm just kind of beautifying them and around them, and if there's like vines or anything growing on them, I'll have them like not wither, but like kind of move aside, and I'll have flowers kind of bloom around them, and
Gotcha.
just kind of make them look more like little mini altars.
Gotcha. And Ventus is able to tell you that what these these tiny beasts are speaking is Draconic. They speak well of this dragon, so they speak in Draconic, and they're speaking positive things of this dragon. And as you're noticing this and coming kind of into this area, I'd like you all to make a intelligence savings throw, please. Why did
I'm doomed.
How did you know that before I even said it?
I'm psychic. I just felt it coming.
Oh, damn, I rolled pretty well considering I got a 0.
I
like-
have a -1 to mine.
It's so funny that you said that, because I'm like looking, I'm thinking, I'm going to make like a saving throw. Should it be wisdom or intelligence?
Okay, let me, just for the fun of roleplay, let me throw something into the whisper chat here. As who is it? Brile is also doing, beautifying these what are we talking about? These magic carvings and stuff like that, and you're putting flowers around and stuff like that. You're noticing that Krev is kind of smirking and giggling, and maybe certain flowers in a certain way. I don't know, maybe look like male anatomy or something like that, and he makes inappropriate comments about it, and
Yeah.
and there you go.
Yeah, everything is just suddenly funny to one extent or another. I'm not like in hysterics, but I'm laughing more than you've seen me normally.
I whisper to Bro and I just say, did you put any of those shrooms in that stew?
I've thought about it.
Krev seems to be acting a little bit odd.
Keep an eye on him.
I start making jokes at Jireg's expense. He whacks me on the side of the ear.
It's like, if I didn't know better, I think there's like something like fairy magic at play or something, but it's a dragon, which could just be as cray-cray.
Can I make a insight check and just see if I get any kind of understanding of what's going on? Right, because me and Krev have travelled together for a little while now, so it seems out of character.
Are you trying to do some insight on Krev, or are you trying to do how are you trying to understand?
I'm trying to do an insight, see if I can tell me if something is wrong or strange about him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go for it.
20.
Well, you certainly this is out of character for Krev. Dethic, what would you feel that lore would determine, given that he's kind of doing a bit of an insight check on Krev?
Something is up. Krev has a all right disposition, but he's not giggly. And yeah, it was a rather sudden change in his overall personality. It's not, he doesn't seem aggressive or anything. He's just, suddenly everything is funny to this half-orc.
What's the picture for, by the way?
So,
Witchy?
as we're traveling, Witchy's starting to get all like, starting to make himself look all funky. So, of course, it's double white hair and stuff. But I'm gonna start getting all like vines crawling on me and stuff. I'm gonna start looking all super arch druidy if I can, with just using craft. I'm going for appearance here.
So you're trying to, you're trying to look like a 13th level druid when you're a 6th level druid.
Or an 18th level, yeah, something like that.
Gotcha. Okay, so lore, that's what you pick up.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to Krev and just kind of like stare at him a little bit blankly. I'm just like, hey, Krev, buddy, you doing okay there?
I'm fine.
Okay, if you say so. And
I stop and I look at him like, how does he look? Or his pupils dilated? Does he look drunk? Is he swaggering? What's he doing?
And Dethic, you're welcome to describe.
I don't think he looks. He doesn't look drunk. He has the appearance of possibly, just from his reactions, of perhaps being a little high, maybe. Because he is just very giggly. He's also more than willing to put his arms around you guys and say, "Isn't this wonderful?"
Not so much.
Aw, lighten up.
And Burrell says some little comment and like traces something on his face, on his forehead.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of look at him intently.
I know what my vote is on whether that would change things, but again, since this is affecting Krev, I'm always going to check with Dethic as well.
Well, I have no idea if this is actually going to work or not.
I'll whisper my thoughts to you. I'm good either way.
Okay, so Trev was basically there with his arms around you both, and you traced out something on his face, and he's like, "What? Okay." And he kind of very gently lifts his arms up off both you guys. Sorry, that was a little forward of me. Yeah. He kind of wanders off, and at this point, Jireg is going.
I'm giving him the hairy eyeball too, you know.
His pseudo dragon's looking at him, shaking his head, going, "What was that? What the hell happened to you?" Of course, you guys can't hear him. I do because of the telepathy bit. But yeah, at this point, Krev looks a little embarrassed.
I look over to Laura. I'm like, "Do orcs go into heat? Do you know?"
You're asking the wrong guy here.
I don't know why I did that. That was really weird.
Are you okay?
I think so.
I'm like,
Everything was funny all of a sudden, like way more than it should have been. It wasn't a bad sensation. It was just something was affecting me.
okay, so I suggest we stop then. And I kind of look around.
Sorry, you suggest you stop in which?
I'm gonna look around.
Okay.
What were those creatures we saw earlier that were speaking Draconic? What kind of creature?
Tiny woodland creatures, like birds and rodents and that kind of stuff. And while this was going on with Krev, Ventus is kind of keeping one eye on this, but also having his little chit chats with these are the tiny beasts, rodents, birds, that kind of stuff. They've indicated to Ventus that certainly they feel that the dragon is somewhere nearby, but like Ventus would have asked, like, well, where or whatever, and they either don't know or can't provide where the exact whereabouts of the dragon is, but certainly Ventus is feeling that you're in the area. What's that?
You don't say.
I don't say.
Dragons are nearby. The dragon's nearby, and all these animals are speaking in Draconic.
Yeah. So you did an Arcana check and a Perception check. What are you looking around for?
And
there?
keeping in mind that I have that insane passive perception anyway. But,
18 or something like that. Something like that.
18.
I think. Yeah.
So I'm trying to see. I'm looking. I don't know. I just have the sense that maybe we're being watched or tested, or I hope this isn't one of those comedian woodland being types. But I just want to see if I can get any sense of. I guess if we're being watched and tested.
No, you don't. Other than the obvious happenings out of the ordinary, tiny woodland creatures that don't normally speak are speaking to Ventus, who doesn't have the ability to speak with animals, and speaking in Draconic and magic carvings, and then your half orc going into the fit of giggles for a little bit.
Well, this is going to be an adventure.
Mm-hmm. and it's I'm kind of losing a little bit of track of in-game time. I know the last time we talked it was about midday, or we mentioned
So it'd
time.
probably be like 3 to 4, I guess.
Yeah, I'm
'cause
thinking.
we-
Yeah, you haven't gone. Well, actually, based on it'd be a bit later than that. We're actually getting on to the dinner hour here, in order to have
Okay.
traversed how far you have traversed. So you notice
Oh.
these magic carvings. Some
Hold on, off topic.
Yep,
For Christmas, you gave us an extra hit point.
a one extra max hit point. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. I'm just adding that. I didn't do that. Okay, I might need it. That gives me the
Yeah, you
difference
might.
between life and death.
It could be
We're
the
gonna
difference
beat the
between
dragon.
life and rolling death saves. So you notice these magic carvings some distance out, a number of hours ago. You travel again about 1.25 miles per hour. So some 4 or 5ish miles out was when you started noticing these carvings, and now you're just starting to notice this weirdness happening. And you are kind of you are in that area that you felt with your ritual, that this was kind of the direction it pointed you towards the not the source,
Okay.
but the strongest aspect of the magic. And now you're kind of like, well, here we
Are
are.
we near any of those stones or no?
You've seen one every now and then, but it's not like there's one every 10 feet or anything like that. But you've certainly
Okay.
run across them every now and then. You could easily find one again in 10 or 15 minutes if you wanted to get back to one.
Well, no, well, while we're kind of like recovering from whatever just happened, I'm gonna just ask the guys to hold off for a few minutes, and I'm gonna spend 10 minutes to do a ritual again, just to detect magic, and that'll give me another 10 minutes of magic detection, and then kind of go from there, see what's up.
Okay. Anything in particular you're trying to detect, or just trying to see what magic is within the nearest? I think it's 30 feet or something like that, 30 or 60 feet.
Yes, something like that. And I want to see if Deathic is looking kind of strange.
You do your detect magic, and you don't detect any specific type of, like, hey, there's a magic wand over there, but you certainly feel that there is some sort of magical forces.
Feeling awash with magic about.
Yeah, if you had a compass with you, the needle would be just like a magical compass, a magic compass detector. The needle would just be spinning all over the place.
And Deathic isn't looking any different, or there's no sense of any sort of magic about him that's unusual.
No, he seems to be back to normal. Krev, how's Krev feeling?
He's holding his own, I think.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to. I mean, excuse me, sorry.
Bless you.
He doesn't have any real way of detecting magic or such right now, and he's not high enough level to basically become immune to enchantment spells or anything like this. So he's aware that something happened, and he's on guard for it, but it's probably going to sneak up on him again. Maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on if this is kind of an aura effect, or if somebody targeted him.
Are we in like a clearing, or?
You're in mountainous area, obviously, so there's not a lot of trees and such like that. So,
Okay.
you're pretty, I guess, as clearing as it gets, kind of thing.
Okay, so Brow raises his hands up to the sky, kind of like closes his eyes, makes a few little incantations, and all of a sudden, from the ground, like this swirling kind of like wind comes around him with all these like pink petals, purple my color, purple petals of like floral petals start to like billow around him and like this little whirlwind and start to shoot up about 30 feet in the air and then just kind of explode all around him, showering us all with these like petals that seem to fall all around us.
Showering
And I open
everybody
my
with
eyes
your
and look
purple
around.
rain, as it were. What's that, Witchy? Sorry, I was muted there for a second. I said showering everybody with your purple rain, as it were.
Exactly.
Oh dear.
And then as I said that, you said something else, but I was muted. What did you say just at the end of it all? So these purple petals go all over the place, and what
They
do
just
you...
explode all the way around us and drift down, and I kind of open my eyes and I look around and I'm just trying to see if I, because I shot them up as high as I could, right? So I was like, I'm
Well, I'm sure
trying
you
to
did.
like, exactly, and so I'm just trying to, make us known, I guess, if you will, as I'm showing a little display of, I don't want to say power, but of power.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any response?
Nope. Nothing seems to happen.
I turn around and look at those guys. Okay, I don't have any more ideas. You guys?
Why don't we just keep going?
I mean, yeah, we can, but I think we're kind of there. I think this is where we need to be. It's just now we need to look for where would a dragon hide, or not hide, but nest.
Probably, I'm going to guess a cave of some sort. So why don't we try and look around for a cave?
Well, let's do a group survival check for tracking and that type of stuff. Look at you guys. And then
The druid's starting to shine.
exactly. And since the druid had the highest roll, give me a 1d4 as well, please, Witchy. Okay, and then finally, everybody give me an intelligence check, please. Or intelligence save.
Oh. Keeping in mind that there's an elf in the group and half elf in the group, in case that matters.
Sorry, an elf in the group and what else?
And a half elf in the group, in case that matters.
Okay, gotcha.
Fey ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oops. Almost there.
Not that an advantage would help me at all, because a 10 and a 10. But
Yeah, exactly. So after 3 hours, you kind of searching around and stuff like that, you see markings in a certain area of the mountains as you're traveling around that look like dragon claws and stuff like that. And you kind of notice some, maybe some large beasts were dragged up into this kind of area. And so you're following those, and then with that, Bryle seems to be a little, well, finding everything to be a little funny. As you're following this track that you seem to have got on.
he starts talking to himself.
I look at Lore. This is what I did, wasn't it?
He starts
much,
talking
yeah.
to himself like, oh, we're going to follow a dragon. Oh, I'm going to shoot rose petals in the sky because that's going to help.
Now you know what? That
Oh
sounds
my
just like
God.
Bro.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Nothing seems to have changed.
Jeez.
Bryle starts shooting purple rose petals off into the sky again and just laughing his head off.
And making little purple flowers all along our path and giggling.
Forming them into little crowns and putting them on Krev's head.
Yeah, absolutely. That's perfect.
Yep.
And one for you. And one for you.
Turns into a polar bear and puts one on his head. On
Take
polar
off
bear's head.
the crown And
No. Here, and I like put it on him again. It's pretty. Don't you like the fairy folk? This is like very fairy.
I'm glad I didn't do anything like this while I was behaving like that.
What are you talking about? You're so silly. Let's go. And he starts skipping ahead, and poof, more flowers. Poof, more flowers.
I just shrug. Like I no like magical skills whatsoever. So even kind of understanding that it's magical might be a little bit beyond me. So I'm just like, what can I do?
And as you continue along, half kind of keeping one eye on Brile and half keeping an eye on this seemingly trail that you've picked up after 3 hours, you kind of round the bend of the mountain, as it were, and there is a cave there that at this point seems to be your best bet on, based on what Laura said, that if you're looking for a cave, well, you found a cave that seems to be more or less in the area that these tracks and trails are sending you. A hole
I so didn't want to
in a
roll.
mountain.
I like kind of like an adult would do to a kid. I just kind of like, okay, sweet, okay, like settle down. Just kind of like,
Yay! And all of a sudden he like does this little gesture, and that all these flying snakes explode all around him, and now he's got like 8 flying snakes all around him, perching on his hands and on his shoulders. It's like, look what we found!
I look at Krev and I'm just like, help, like, can you do something about this?
I can try something. It may not work.
My only thought is if we go in there and there's a dragon in there and he's acting like this, then things might not go so well.
Oh my god, you guys, bi snakes are so much cuter than that bitches in that town. Look at them. Look at this one. He's like wrapped around my arm. He's so cute and he's pretty. Look, do you want to touch him? Oh, don't. He might bite you. Don't bite him. Don't bite him. Look at him. He's so cute. Oh my goodness, they're everywhere. Flowers for all the snakes. Get me more flowers.
Ryle is only a half elf, right?
Mm-hmm. A cave. I forgot. There's a cave. Oh my god.
Perhaps we should look in the cave. I kind of put
stop.
my arm. I walk up and I actually put my arm around Brile. It's like, Brile, buddy.
Have a snake. Have a snake. Have 2.
Oh no, I don't.
One on each shoulder. Oh, stay away from the dragon. He might bite you.
Yeah, Jareg's not fond of snakes except cooked.
But he's just like a big snake himself.
No, Jareg looks at you and just.
Jareg needs a wreath. A wreath. I'm gonna need to make him a little wreath.
Bro, come on. I basically pull him towards.
Oh my god, you guys, look.
We're going towards the cave, I'm guessing.
Look, in the cave, you guys, there's like wood and like wagons and, well, wait, used to be wagons. I wonder if there's like an encampment in there. I bet you people used to live here. Oh my god, let's go check. There needs to be flowers on those wheels. Oh, and these like flowers starting to emerge from all these like wagon wheels and broken pieces of like wood and lanterns and stuff that are all littered around the front of the cave. That's better.
Oh dear.
And as you come around the corner, following Brile, you certainly do see a bunch of things in the entrance of the cave. It's not like it's garbage just kind of piled up. It seems to be somewhat ordered or organized. But at first glance, it's not like there's gold spilling out of treasure or anything like that. It's or treasure chest or whatever. There's wagon wheels. There's some wood broken off of something. Lanterns off into the one corner. Some broken weapons like some spears and bows and such, and just all kinds of like some sacks that have some grain spilling out of them and things like that.
Oh my god, you guys! Oh my god! Oh my god! Do you think that maybe the dragon ate the villagers? Is the dragon going to eat us? Am I wearing the right thing for a dragon, please? I don't even know.
More purple, more purple.
More and more flowers. Fragrant flowers everywhere. Oh, you snakes, go look. Go see if our friend's in there. And he sends the snakes off to go looking for the dragon.
Part of me strongly considers knocking Burrow out, but I hesitate.
Part of me considers casting a charm on Barile, but that wouldn't actually clean up this. He'd just consider me a friend, but he already considers me a friend, so that's not going to help.
Oh my god, you guys, I sent my snakes in. I hope they come back with good news. Can I understand them? Damn.
And what is the rest of the party doing while Barile... I'm very clear on what Barile's doing. What's the rest of the party doing?
Well, aside from just standing with Barile, it's like, dude, I actually want to kind of explore this cave now myself. I'm not letting Barile away. I kind of have my arm around his shoulder, and I'm trying to just kind of walk with him in these areas so that he doesn't wind up running off and getting himself hurt.
You guys, you're taking so long. Come on.
So you're heading into the cave? Sorry.
Yes.
Alrighty. And
I sent the snakes ahead, though, so
yeah.
Hopefully.
As you're heading into the cave, from within the cave, this is a narrow, kind of long cave. You don't see the end of it, so you can imagine in a mountain, there's probably a little bit to what am I trying to say? There's a little bit to explore here, but from deeper within the cave, you do hear this thumping noise, this sound of something large moving its way, and you see your way, and you see these magical snakes or non-magical or whatever the heck they were that Barile comes slithering back towards you and Barile.
Flying back,
excuse me. And with that, a copper dragon appears around the corner. Looks at
Yay!
looks at you all. If a dragon could smile, and it can, kind of smiles a little bit, and says yes.
I cheer and then I yell out, "You're here!"
Good Sir Dragon, can you remove whatever charm is on this fellow, our friend here? We came to see you. Well, you know how the... I apologize, Dragon. I'm not very good at explaining things. The giants are in the north here are causing all sorts of problems in and around. You may or may not have noticed. It depends on whether or not it's really of interest to you. But we were trying to find out about what is causing them to start being more active in and around the north here. And so we were told to visit a dragon just south of you. You probably know of her. And she told us to head north to the valley of Kedron. She also asked us if we could get rid of a dragon up here in the Sword Mountains, which, well, we wanted to let you know that she's aware of you. You may already know this, we didn't know. And, good Sir Dragon, we just wanted to give you that information. We also wanted to ask if you yourself knew of anything that could help us
Good Sir
mortals
Dragon.
get a
Good Sir
grip
Dragon.
on what these giants are actually doing, so that we can restore balance, I guess.
Krev, stop talking and dance.
Please, dragon, can you remove the effect on this my friend here?
And he looks at Bryle and is obviously quite amused at what's going on, and looks back to Krev and says, "You have many words." And then he looks at you and, "So, am I to understand that you are to come here to get rid of me?"
No, no. As I was explaining,
Have you been sent by another dragon to ensure that I cannot live in my lovely lair here? I'm a little confused.
That was not our intention at all. She had told us that we would get in her good graces should you leave. We don't care. We wanted to let you know that she was aware that you were here. She's very old, very
Stop
large.
talking about old dragons and dance.
And
we
go ahead.
We just wanted you to be aware that an old, large, giant, really, green dragon knew you were here. If you want to stay, that's fine. This isn't our issue. We came here to bear a warning that she's there, she's aware of you. Maybe you were already aware of her. I don't know. We're not here to evict you. We couldn't if we wanted to.
Look, Dragon, what my long-winded friend here is trying to explain is that literally dragons are around, they're causing a bunch of chaos. We're here to seek you out to ask for your aid in potentially teaming up with us, members of the Lord Alliance and other protectors of the realm to help drive back these giants. What say you?
And he looks at Laura and says, you have shorter words. In the matter of Clegg Ilamartar, yes, I'm aware of her. I am in my lair and she is in hers, and I don't feel that there's any concern about that. And if I get you right, it doesn't seem like you are sharing her concern and are just imparting this information to me and not... it doesn't look like...
We are attempting to be friendly.
You are attempting to be friendly. Oh, well, I would say that one of your party, and he looks towards Bryle and says, is being very, very friendly. I like that friendly. That's...
He's a little bit too friendly.
Oh, I don't believe anybody can be too friendly. And he kind of looks over at Bryle and kind of laughs at his dancing around and admires it. So yes, I'm well aware of the old worm. And you say that she is wanting me away from these parts.
That's what she said, good Sir Dragon.
Do you think or feel that there are anybody, that there's anyone in her league coming to deal with me? Maybe you yourself are in league with her and you're just telling me these stories. Are you trying to trick me in any one way, possibly? And he kind of laughs at the idea of being tricked.
I don't think it would be possible to trick you. And to be honest, I think we would have approached it a different way. If she sends somebody, I doubt they'll be successful.
And he says, I would doubt that they would be successful too. Just a little bit out of game. I'm just realizing that bronze dragons, which this guy is, right? No, copper dragon. Excuse me.
Copper.
Where did I just read it here? They're connected with what's the dragon god that Ventus really likes? Starts with a B. No.
Bahamut.
Yeah. Copper dragons are connected with Bahamut.
Yeah, I believe most metallic dragons kind of serve Bahamut as the good dragon.
Ventus and I can't see where I saw it, but Ventus slash Vorpal will miss this. Anyways, so the Witch of Lurk world, we are powerful. He says, whether it's you or somebody else that would come and try to best me in my lair, I would certainly suggest that they do not try. And if that is why you are here, then I would suggest that you do not try as well. And then he looks back to Lore. Duel with Lore.
And he claps his hands excitedly. Do it!
Breathe something, breathe something. He looks back to Lore and says, "You wish my help? It would seem with the giant matter, which yes, I am somewhat aware of."
Oh, we hate the giants. Why do we have to talk about the giants? We should be dancing.
Yes, we would like to ask your help in regards to this because, as you probably know, they're causing havoc practically everywhere.
Havoc's fun.
And he says, "Yes, I'm aware that they are more active. Luckily, I have not seen too much activity very close to my lair. I am aware of a little bit of activity in the area. I don't feel like, and this is certainly a dragon of a younger age. I certainly don't feel that at my age and at the part of my life that I'm really interested in going up against dragons. I feel that is a fight for sometimes the older dragons. I believe that yes, the giants must be kept to their own, and that we don't want them overrunning the place or anything like that. But I don't know if I really necessarily want to go at war with them. We just had the war within the dragons recently, and why start another war so soon after? Maybe in another 50 or 75 years.
I mean, it's purely because
I want to ride the dragon. Please, can I ride the dragon? Can I ride the dragon? And he's like clapping his hands again, looking at the dragon.
I just facepalm.
and the dragon, which I think you remember, Gnawbone suggested or indicated the name was Vex, or at least the name that you would know, is doesn't seem to be very affected or by Briles. Like he doesn't take offense to it or anything like that.
I just say,
Bra puts his arms out like he's flying and.
How many hit points do you have?
You asking Brile or the dragon that?
No, Brile, honestly.
I'm gonna fly the dragon.
I'm just wondering if I can put him to sleep.
Wait, why don't you just hold person and I'll knock him out?
You know
Actually,
that I have elven blood and you can't put me to sleep, but you could try.
And
I could hold you.
Vex the dragons, as you're having this conversation, says, no, do not put him to sleep. He's the most enjoyable of you all. I'm
enjoyable.
I don't understand why you don't have as much of a free spirit as your friend over here.
I always tell them I'm most enjoyable, and they never listen.
I worry about my friend here.
Why do you worry of your friend?
Well, he didn't used to behave like this.
Oh
no, he. That's too bad. Was he even more joyful?
Boring.
This is this less joyful than typical?
He's more. What would be the right term? Erratic right now.
It's more erratic. Sometimes erratic is fun. Chaos has a certain something to it that most people would enjoy. Wouldn't you
Look,
agree? And he looks at
Look,
Bryle.
Sir Dragon. So, we're getting off topic here. Let's get back to the point, shall we? The point we was discussing.
Damn.
Bro,
Forget the
shush.
point.
Be quiet. Look,
Oh, come on.
we need help dealing with
Dance a
these
little
giants,
bit.
okay? Like, it's purely because of what happened several years ago. The dragon threat is why the giants are practically storming across the lands unopposed right now.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, one question that I would ask: can you confirm if there really is a temple to, I guess it's the Allfather, up in the valley of Kedron, way to the north?
I've heard stories of a giant temple or some sort of place to the north. Stuff of legends, but whether it actually exists or not, I'm uncertain.
Okay.
And he turns back to Lord and says, "I'm sorry. Were we getting off topic? I was just enjoying your friend so much. What would be the topic that you wish to discuss?"
So, giants. They're a thing, right? Do you want to come help us?
Giants. We hate the giants, but we love dancing.
Okay. I'm gonna start dancing with Barile. He stays quiet and happy.
Sure. So, Vex.
In the meantime, Lore, please keep talking to the dragon.
I will try.
Based on the last session and what out of game Seth shared, you sure you want Lore to be the one talking to the dragon?
Gotta let it happen.
Hey, man, it's okay. He's a young dragon. I can take him.
This is a good dragon. Keep in mind, metallic. Don't kill it.
I will do my best not to.
Just in case I'm distracted with dancing, there's my initiative roll. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so he Vex looks off at Krev joining Barile, and a big smile comes across his face, and he says, this is exactly how people should act." I'm so glad to see that more members of your party seem to be enjoying the mirth and the joyfulness. And then he turns to Lore and he says, "Yes, and I'm sorry, you were mentioning the giants, were you?"
For the fifth time, yes. Look, if we don't stop the giants, then my friend here, you see, Barile, the one dancing, the one being joyous that you seem to find so amusing, if we don't stop the giants, then people like him will be gone. The giants will kill him and everyone they know, because they hate fun. They hate fun so badly, they will go out their way to murder fun. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm laying down?
And Vex starts laughing and says, "Oh, I like you too. Even though you don't dance, you are certainly a joy to speak with." And then he looks over at Barile and says, "Well, if the giants were to kill somebody like our good friend over here, I'm sure I can find other druids that are equally as happy as your friend." And he looks at Barile specifically and says, "Isn't that correct? If something were to happen to you and you were to die a serious and terrible death, I'm sure there'd be other happy druids that would dance in your place, right?"
He kind of stops abruptly. What?
"No, stay in character, please."
What? No. No, kill dead.
I'm going to remind you of something. There, Witchy.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said kill, kill, kill.
So, but he turns back to Lauren and says, "Well, I guess I can help you indirectly. I do know of some giant activity, and yes, of course, if we were to lose one or two more giants on Faerun, you know, what's the harm in that? It certainly helps out my dragon brethren. I have noticed a giant. I believe you refer to them as the hill giants, roaming around to the southeast of here, near an old tower. That's certainly one activity I've seen recently.
Okay. But you say you help us indirectly, but you're not prepared to come and help us directly?
I don't really see why I have my lair. I do not need to attract any attention of the giants to where I am and my lair and such. This is my home, of course.
Are you saying you're afraid? Are you? I mean, it sounds a little like you're afraid there, good sir. Are you afraid of a couple of giants?
And he gets a little serious for a moment and stares down Lore and says, "Afraid?" And he looks at you, and he looks at the ground around you, and all of a sudden, stone spikes sprout from the ground in a 20-foot radius around you, in that you are kind of in a stone jail now, and says, "I don't think I'm afraid."
I'll put my hand on my rapier, but otherwise I don't. Like, I flinch a little bit, obviously, at the spikes, and I kind of stared at him and just say, well, myself and my companions here have already killed many giants in defense of the realm. It sounds to me like if you were the metallic dragon you claim to be, you would surely help us. Your brethren are fighting constantly. We've already encountered silver dragons who have gladly laid down their lives to help fight the dragon menace, but you just want to sit here in your cave and wait for it all to blow over. Sounds like you're afraid to me.
Gonna help us.
I shift my dancing over towards where Lore is, and is like, change tactics. Trying to stare down a dragon's not gonna work.
And I point to Crab and say, "Put him in one too."
I look over at. I stop dancing. I look over at Brow. Are you mad?
He claps his hands all happily.
If you keep that up, I'm not going to keep dancing with you. The Vex looks at Lore in his little stone jail there, and says, "I am starting to tire of you, but I will ask you something that is of interest to me. You mentioned that you have already aligned with a silver dragon."
Yes, there are several dragons. The silver one I mentioned is one in particular who has joined the Lord's Alliance in their protection of the Northern Realm.
Lord of the Lion.
So, out of game, you're saying that you have aligned with a number of dragons.
I mean, from what we heard, I can't remember if it was from the dwarves or when we was in Waterdeep. I mean, we spoke to someone and it was made clear that silver dragon we encountered wasn't the only one who had joined the Lord's Alliance in basically combating the giant threat, and I'm basically using "we" kind of lightly. It's not really us, but kind of
Royal we.
yeah, just getting the point across that there are clearly other metallic dragons aiding and fighting the giants who are on our side.
I'm just trying to figure out whether we should be doing a deception check or not. Because are you trying to deceive this dragon that?
He's telling the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm part of the Lord's Alliance, and dragons are allies.
Yes.
It's technically the truth.
Sort of.
He doesn't know how scale, I guess.
Yeah. Because you would know that there's this one silver dragon, but I'm trying to remember if that's all you know or not. But let's keep going with it.
We have dragons, and we have like gold dragons, and we have red dragons. We have like big storm giants, and we have you. You're our friend out too.
And he looks over at Bryle and kind of smiles a little bit more now, and looks back to Lauren and says, "Well, if you've aligned yourself with so many dragons, then it doesn't sound like you need one more. I've already told you that there is a hill giant active to the southeast of here, near a old tower, and I can point you in that direction if you wish."
We actually killed a hill giant in a tower on the way here, so I don't know if that's the one you're speaking of, but
She was ugly.
And he says, "Well, it may very well be, but
You're not ugly.
and he says, "Well, thank you. You're not ugly either. You're very pretty. Not only are you very pretty, you're very purple. And purple, aside from copper, is one of my favorite colors."
Mine too. Purple flowers explode everywhere.
Who would have thought?
look, Mr. Dragon, to get back on topic again quickly, just while we're here, sure, we have a couple of dragons on the side, but there's only a handful. We could always use more. Otherwise, if the giants overrun everything, then what's left? It won't be long before they come for you. You know how much giants hate your kind. You want to sit here in your cave and wait for it all to blow over, but what if it doesn't? And what if the giants win and then come for you? And what are you going to do then?
Do we have to live on clouds?
It's a good point, actually, do we?
I don't want to.
Vex says, "Well, you begin to convince me some, although your tone certainly could use a little bit of a change."
I mean,
He's
I apologize. I'm a blunt kind of guy. I like to get right to the point. I don't mean to insult you. I'm just, look, we've killed a lot of giants, and there's a lot of towns being attacked, and we're a little bit on edge. We're asking humbly for your service if you'd provide it.
I understand that. The problem is that you just don't seem to have enough fun in your life. That's the only issue there. Like, and he points to Bryle, and Krev, I think, is back to dancing. He says, if you look at your friends, like they're, and he looks at Bryle again, like, do you think that Laura could do with more fun in his life?
My eye twitches.
Lord's boring. He just likes his stores.
Is Lore still in his cage?
Yes. I like to think of it as a jail, but cage will do, yes.
But if you had sex with Laura, he'd love you forever, and it'd be lots of fun.
I smack my head against this spike.
I
want to see that.
I don't.
I don't either.
Very, very bad.
He tried to have sex with a doppelganger,
Vex.
and then another one that was maybe a doppelganger too.
I told you not to talk about that.
And Vex
Oh my god!
Vex looks at Laura with an eyebrow kind of raised, one eyebrow a little bit raised, and says, "Doppelganger? Oh,
doppelganger.
So you do know how to use fun, or you do know how to have fun."
I guess.
And Vex starts going. Sorry, Krev. Vex starts going with Bryle. What are you saying? Doppelbanger?
Doppelbanger.
Oh, see.
He's Lord's Alliance in the streets, but he's not in the sheets.
Oh, he is so much fun. Your friend. I like you, Purple One. I really like you.
I like me too.
And I think Krev was trying to get a word in edgewise in between all of this.
I was trying to figure out how to convince the dragon, or even ask the dragon, can you let my friend out of jail? Because I think we've taken up way too much of your time.
No.
We'll be going.
And he says, yes, I can let him out. as long as he adopts a more jovial tone than what I've seen so far.
Can I still ride the dragon?
I turn to Lore. Smile, please.
Why
I want to
so
ride the
serious?
dragon.
And he
I
turns.
just, I do also, I grip the hilt of my blade and I do the biggest like fake smile ever, like biggest toothy kind of forced fake smile.
And Vex turns to Krev and says, "That looks more like not a grin, but a grimace. But close enough, I would say. Would you say?"
It works.
You don't know him. He's a big party pooper. That's amazing for him.
It almost looks like an orc would be trying to smile. That's what your friend looks like right now.
Oh my god, I think he's probably had sex with orcs too.
We are going to leave right now, or I'm going to stick my blade through this dragon's neck.
No. I basically put one hand on Lore's shoulder, the other hand on Barial's shoulder. So, Dragon, it's been a slice. Have fun. And frog marked them both out of the cave.
Okay, but the only problem is Laura's still in his little stone jail.
Yeah,
I thought he'd been let out.
He said he would if he takes on a little bit more of a jovial tone.
Is it big enough for me to squeeze out? Like, could I just pull myself through?
No, it's it was put there for a reason, to keep you within a certain area.
No. Okay, in that case, change of tactic. It's like I look at Laura. It's like, smile. Just think it. Think happy thoughts.
No. Let's go for a ride and let him take some time to think about what he's done.
I'm not going to be stand here and being insulted by this dragon.
Look, you'll probably stand here to the end of time if you don't actually just pretend for a moment or two. So that and I realize what I'm saying 2 feet away from the dragon. It's like.
Hey, Brick, question: Is there a roof on this jail, or is it just spires? Like, can I climb over it?
Yeah, you could probably climb. I'm trying to visualize how high the spikes would have gone and how high the cave is. But yeah, you could attempt to climb over it.
I'm going to attempt to climb over it.
Okay. What is that again? Athletics? Yeah, athletics check.
Probably, yeah. 22.
Okay, so you start shimming up the rocky spires, and Vex kind of looks at you and says, "Oh, well, you climb very well. Very good for you." And he looks at you and the rest of the party and says, "Look, I understand that you might need some help with the giants. And if you ever find something that makes it, and as Seth or Laura's continue to kind of climb up, if you ever find something that makes it valuable for me to enter into this fray, then please let me know or send a messenger of some sort my way. But until then, I'm relatively happy in my lair in my area. But so that there's no hard feelings, let me offer you this." And he looks at Brile and he says, "You're gonna love this." Starts thinking about what other people in the party have to get off the dragon. Okay, so Vex looks at Brile and says, "You're gonna love this."
Yay!
And he looks at the rest of the party and says, "If I can help you, oh my gosh, I just lost my train of thought." If I can help provide safe escort and maybe even take you on a little bit of a flight.
Yes, I get to ride him. You guys can ride I'll get you some eagles. I get to ride him.
And he turns to Brown and says, "For a very small fee, I would be very happy to do that for you. I'm sure you would be excited and joyful at that."
Lord, pay the man.
So as I'm climbing up to the top to jump over, I just look at him as I'm climbing still, and I'm just like, so.
You're about at the top of the stone spires now.
I'm like, so what? You want money? Is that what it is? Like, is that what it is? Like, the problem is you want money? You want to be paid for your time?
He says, doesn't everybody want to be paid for his time? And as you get to kind of like the top of these spires and you're kind of climbing over, he makes a small gesture, and all the spires go down back into the ground, and
that's a big move.
you tumble down the 15, the 10ish or 8ish feet or whatever. Let's call it 8 feet.
Okay.
We won't go for any bludgeoning damage, and he says, and he doesn't miss a beat on all this, and he just says, doesn't anybody provide services for some sort of compensation or trade? And he looks back
here.
He looks back at Ryle, and he says, "Oh, well, that and 4 more will do."
What?
As I mentioned, just a small payment is all that I need.
How about this? You don't want to waste your time, and you've made that pretty clear that you want to be paid for your services, and I can understand that. I'm a traveling. You'd call me a sellsword,
Charlatan.
Some people have said that, but let's put it this way: we've come across quite a few giants, and they have a lot. I mean, a lot of riches, and they hoard it all in their flying castles. And the silver dragon I mentioned, who we spoke with, I mean, he told me that he had raided one of these castles and gained thousands and thousands of gold from it. So I'm sure that if you joined us, that you'd be paid handsomely. Not only handsomely, but you would acquire riches that you'd never ever even see if you just stayed here in your cave.
Okay, at this point,
they could ride you like all the time.
Yeah, at this point, I think I am going to need a deception check from Laura.
Wait, do you have a saddle? Do I need to get one? Because I heard that in town they can make one. I'm distracting him.
Exactly. What's insight based on? Intelligence or wisdom?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
And his eyes kind of narrow at Lore as he's picking himself up off the ground there. And he says, "Really? This is the treasure that the silver dragon speaks of."
Absolutely. These giants have been attacking the towns left and right, and you know what? They take all that treasure from these towns they attack, and they hoard it all in their floating castles, and it's just sitting there for a dragon like you to go and take.
Floating.
What's that, Witchy?
They're not all floating.
And he looks at Lauren and says, "Well, I have seen some of these floating castles that you speak of."
Exactly. Imagine how much it would cost.
Big, huge magical orbs that they have, and all the stuff that they wouldn't let us see because there was so much of it. I wanted it so badly. It was so pretty.
And he looks at Bryle and he says, "The great thing about floating castles is that they fly. It's awesome."
And I could fly on your back, and we'd fly together in the wind, and it'd be so. Bye, guys.
And he looks back at Laura and says, "I've seen some of these floating castles that you speak of. I've seen some of them hovering above some of your larger settlements and towns. I've actually heard of some attacks. But something tells me I don't believe the story that you're telling me about all these riches and such. And I'm going to have to ask you to, if you wish for my help, to show me proof of these riches at some point." But
okay.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also the other giants, the big ones with the big scary wolves that breathe like the breath of like the frost, and oh my goodness. And they have all these things on them too, and there's so many good treasures everywhere. Why are we here? We should be getting treasure.
I'm gonna put like a sack of like my money, like I don't know, like 500 gold or whatever, or maybe just the entire sack, and just bounce it around in my hand, just jingle it around, and make it so it echoes throughout the cave, and just be like, well, this is the kind of gold I've procured from fighting giants, and I maybe pull out a coin and just flick it to him, and just be like, you can test it, it's pure gold, and I'm sure there's a few gems in there as well, but.
And he says, "Please." And he kind of smiles, half smile, half seriously. Don't patronize me. I could smell the gold on you when you entered my cave, and he looks at the one coin on the ground there, and says, "That is not even a drop in the sea." And he looks at the rest of the party and Brian and says, "I am, though, tiring a little bit of this conversation. I see that your friend has lost his jovial side to him. So, once again," he looks back at Lore and the coin in your hand and the coin bag and says, "I am willing to provide safe passage for you to wherever you may wish to travel, and you may want to consider the cost of your time, because I would imagine I could get you there 5 times quicker flying through the air." And he looks back at Bryle as he says flying. "Then you can scampering down my mountain and going off over the foothills in the forest."
Could he take us directly to Mirabar then?
What? Sorry?
Could he take us directly to Mirabar then?
Ooh, let's see if he would. That's interesting.
Assuming that's still where we want to go.
Yeah. He says no. He kind of laughs and says, "No, my good friend. I'm not interested in flying all over Faerun just to leave my lair free for giants. But I will get you to the nearest settlement."
Triboar.
Tribal would be a good idea.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Why don't you ask him how much for tribal?
Was it 5 gems?
Yeah, he looked at the gem that Bryle offered up and said that, that is very nice. All we need is 4 more of those, and I'm sure I could get you to Triboar.
How many gems do you have, Lore?
I don't know because I converted all of it into gold, but I'm sure I technically have a couple.
I have 4 gems.
And he says gems, gold pieces, whatever you may have, but we'll need about the value of about 5 of those. And he points to what Bryle's offering, the gem piece, the 100 gem.
Okay, I could offer up 100 gold, I suppose.
Oh my goodness! If we're gonna give all this money, are you gonna let me ride on your back a lot?
He mentioned that he would take you to the nearest settlement. And he looks at Brow and says, "It will be the most fun you've ever had. Trust me."
Okay, I pop out another 2 of them.
When you say pop out, based on the previous conversation, where are they popping out from?
Those
are the gooseberries. That was the gooseberries, not money. Sorry.
So if he's provided 300, then I think Laura and I can provide the other 200.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And not to speak for the other players that aren't here, but if you want at some point, you can check in with the other players and see if they would have kicked in and then redistribute money at that point.
Or we just not give them any of the booty when we raid the cave later when we're away. Can you erase that from the recording? Thank you.
And Vex says, very, very fine. That will be fantastic." And I'm not too sure exactly how he takes the coins and whatever from you, or where he puts them. I don't think he's
goes up.
I don't think he's going to lead you down deeper into his lair where he may or may not have
he
treasure
probably just swallowed them or something weird like that.
Yeah, cough him up later. And he says, "Fantastic. So off to this place, Triboar, you say?"
That's it? That's so close.
He says,
"You gonna stay with us?"
He said, "Oh, no. I would have to get back to my lair, but you can come." He looks at Bryle specifically. "You can come and visit me anytime you wish, and we can go for more flights if you want."
I love you so much right now.
I will be happy to let you ride me," he says.
I try to give him a big hug.
So is that the plan now? You are now 500 gold pieces lighter and heading off to Triboar?
500 good. Yeah, I think so. Just to basically leave this dragon on good terms, and hopefully, we'll get Barial back at the end of this.
What's the duration of whatever the hell's on me?
It's probably tied to the area.
I'll let you know when it's over.
I hate you so much right now.
Keep it up, Witchy. You're doing great. You're doing great.
I'm
I've not noticed the difference, to be honest with you.
You're gonna live to regret that.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
And with that, why don't we take a 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene. Essentially on the way to Triboar, you'll get yourself to Triboar and stuff like that. Why don't we just take a bit of a break and reconvene?
Cool.
Okay.
In about 5 or so.
Be back in a few minutes.
Death, you're not going to fall asleep in that period of time?
I'm trying not to. I must admit that my concentration is kind of fading in and out.
Yeah.
But I'm still here.
Good. Do you mind us taking a
You're a
5?
trooper.
Do you mind us taking a 5-minute?
Not at all.
All right, perfect. Thanks, appreciate it. And yes, you are being a trooper. Okay, back in 5 all. we were just talking about travel and such, and certainly thanks for being such a oh my gosh, I'm losing my words. It's not like as if I was in a plane for many hours. Thanks for being such a trooper with doing the game and such. And obviously, if it gets to the point where you just gotta go, I gotta go to sleep, then let us know.
I am enjoying this. I really am. I have been doing a lot of laughing, considering what. I wasn't expecting this with meeting a copper dragon, but.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Shut your whore mouth. I'm not happy.
Hey, you could have fooled me.
Well, I was whispering to Witchy a couple times there that I was just laughing my ass off because unfortunately we just didn't get to have Krev sit in this kind of state of mind for too long.
Yeah.
Because Witchy
Yeah,
took that fun
to
away
me.
from us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I figured I was betting it was going to hit me again, and then we could carry on. Because I was figuring the next one would be to basically, lean on Lauren as like, your ears are funny.
Oh my god, in stereo. This ear's bigger than that ear.
Well, maybe it can happen again. This is probably not.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
I will
So
say I'm glad it didn't happen to me. Otherwise, I don't know. That's just so far from the kind of person I am that it would just be. I'd find it hard to deal with, like having to kind of just overact constantly.
yeah. Funny enough, Witchy had no problem with that.
Me too. I don't know what you're talking about.
You-
Out of character.
Yeah, you really dug deep into the bag and pulled that one out, Witchy. Well done.
It's really hard. I should get a role playing reward.
I'm sorry.
Business as usual.
I'm sorry. I've already given inspiration already today, and that just seems like too much to do too.
I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. Always sweet. It's always sweet, never bitter. At least until the spell rolls off.
So Vex, you're getting ready to kind of head out. Laura's probably a little bit not so fun about this, and Vex looks at Boreal and says, "Unfortunately, I won't be able to carry everybody on my back. It's probably best that I grasp most of the
Screw
party.
them. All me.
Most of the party within my foreclaws, but I do have room for, I'm sure, one person on my back. If you feel you can hold on,
I will take the back. I'll sit on the back. But look, I can't fly. You can turn into an animal, and
Whatever. I can't fly. I'll conjure you a. I'll conjure
not trying
an
to
eagle.
not trying to mirror game, but I believe Krev said he can fly. So it's if something goes wrong,
You saw me fly earlier.
yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
You can ride an eagle. Get off. Get away.
I don't want to ride in a
Mine. I paid 3 gems. Get off. Get away. Scoot.
and Vex looks up.
Vex likes Boreal.
Vex opens up one of his foreclaws towards Laura and says, "You're no fun. Your other guy, your other friend is more fun." And
I'm
he kind
fun.
of indicates to Boreal up on his back and indicates to Laura and the rest of the party.
I practically fly onto his back.
You get the foreclaw compartment.
I just sigh, but as I walk past, as Chris said that about like in Bramwell, I'm just like, yeah, but in case he tried anything, I just want to be able to drive my fucking rapiers down into his neck, and then
Yeah.
but I don't say that aloud. Obviously. And then I'll
Obviously.
walk over to the claws.
By the way, there's still
I'll
some
hold on
winged
tight.
snake.
You're holding on tight.
And I
Oh,
have
yes.
winged snakes flying around me. Still.
Awesome. Everybody gets into their positions. Bryle's up on the back, and he takes flight out of the cave. Bryle on his back there. Everybody else in the four claws. This is obviously quite a.
What? Oh, hold on.
This is quite a dexterity. Oh my gosh!
Oh my god! Careful!
So,
An experience for all of you.
Oh my god, it's so fun.
And
so
go
yeah,
ahead.
I don't think anyone falls off a dragon unless the dragon wants you to.
I know, but I can slide around back there.
So everybody takes off, and this probably happens relatively quickly, given distance and everything like that. But Bryle, all of a sudden, you don't feel as happy and as giddy as you used to feel.
Where's my rapier?
You don't feel. You just feel back to normal.
No, I don't. I feel angry.
Riding on
But that's
top
okay.
of this dragon,
Oh yeah, it's not a rapier. It's a scimitar. That'll do.
flying off. And the dragon starts shaking its back violently. Now do that dexterity
I'm
save again.
kidding. Exactly.
The dragon
I'm like
goes.
suddenly a little sober.
All of a sudden, which?
I'm like suddenly a little sober,
Yeah.
like with an oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm flying.
And you head off northeast over out of the mountains over the foothills towards Triboar. I don't even know the name of this lake, but I'm just going to have you guys take note of that one lake that's there right there.
Lake Kiramachi Dada Dudu.
What's that?
Lake Kiramachi Dada Dudu.
Yeah, yes, of course, that one right there. And he flies you off towards Triboar. You get there in about a third of the time that you feel that it would have, at least a third of the time, I think. Actually, probably even quicker, given going over train and stuff like that. So he gets you there quite quickly within, if I did my math right, within an hour or so, maybe, something like that. And what's he going to do? You've got this dragon flying right into Triboar. If you were a dragon flying right into Triboar,
Oh,
You
I was
let
hoping
you
he
let-
would. I was hoping he would be dropping us like well outside of town. So
No,
that
into
we
town,
could get attacked.
into town,
and he
town square.
he turns to Krev and says, "Oh no, you've paid very good money for this. I would like to get you as close as possible to your destination. Why make you walk any further? Especially given you're probably arriving towards the nighttime. I can't even remember what time it is in game, but I think
Even better.
we're getting close to 8 or 9, so the sun's about to set and things like that.
Town square, please.
And oops, just 1 second. Where am I going here? Oh shoot! Give me a second here. Your map might reload, and if it does, my apologies. There we go. I think I can do this now.
The Witch of Lurkwood soars in on his trusty steed and lands in the center of town with his minor companions.
I'm going to direct your eye. Or Vex says, "Let me direct your eye." No, I'm going to direct your eye to the bottom right-hand corner, as my map seems to be taking a bit of a break here. Here we go, I think.
Is that on? Oh,
I'm just resizing. Whoops. Man, this is a big map, isn't it?
mm-hmm.
Okay. Bottom right-hand corner shows you the Triboar area, and to the south of that, you can see that little lake that I pinged on the larger map. And you're more than
Sir Flo-
welcome. You're going to explore the town in a moment, so you're more than welcome to see the other labels that you see on town. I'm going to run this the same way as I ran Golden Fields. Um, and so he comes flying in. It basically uses the I think that's the long road that goes north and south. The larger map in the bottom right hand corner is north and south. The smaller inset map is north and south. The larger map is kind of twisted to the right hand side a little bit. I don't know why they did that, but so it is. So he's kind of using the long road as this runway. And he comes flying over what you'll later find out is Singing Hill Ranch and Merry Meadow Ranch, and comes landing down, poof, right just to the south of the south of Triboar. I'm trying to ping it on the map here. My apologies. Just outside of town. There might be some people kind of roaming around, heading back home after a night in the town or something like that. Sees this big freaking, well, I don't know about that big, but a copper dragon landing down, plops you guys down. They're all like freaking out. And he's just got this smile on his face and says, there, how did you enjoy the ride? And he looks at Bryle specifically.
I feign a smile. I'm like, that was wonderful. And I kind of give him a nice pat on the shoulder.
And he says, is there anything else that I might be able to do for you right now?
I kind of look at the two boys.
No, Sir Dragon, I think you've done more than enough for us today.
That will be all.
Laws is kind of bitter. He just doesn't say anything.
Probably just as well. And he says, well, then if there's absolutely nothing else I can do for you, if you ever need me again in the future, please feel free to contact me.
Because that was so easy.
Well, again, with certain magic and such, now that you know his location, you you may be able to contact him.
Exactly.
And his name.
Messages.
And his name, yes. And
Of course.
before he takes off, he says, "Oh, remember the hill giant I mentioned near the old tower that apparently you guys dispatched?"
Mm-hmm.
He said, I noticed that giant came from some distance away and was traveling from the southeast towards that tower. So, maybe more where that one came from."
Interesting.
And
Very
with that,
good.
he takes
Kind
off.
of gestures.
With that, he takes off into the air and says, "It was very nice to meet you." And he looks at Bryle specifically and says, "You're my favorite."
Of course. And I kind of nod. So as he's like taking off, I'm gonna like kind of like sort of like stand almost like a statue if I can, with my staff kind of all, at I don't know how would you describe that. His staff in front of him and kind of planted into the ground and look around the town, looking all authoritative and I just landed off riding a dragon. I'm just looking around the town or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm see how people react.
I'm trying to get your little P party symbol that you can move it around, but I'm going to suggest that he lands you down some just kind of in that area there. And so with that, it's late. It's 8 o'clock. You've landed south of the town. You can see some buildings right around where you are, just off the long road there. These are farms. If again, I'll direct you to the inset map there. There's all these, as you flew in, there's all these ranches around the area. And there's also some markings on the map in red that I'll explain in a moment, so that's no big secret. There's all these ranches out around the area of Triboar. You would have heard that quite a bit of about half the population lives outside of Triboar in certain ranches. Triboar is kind of a western of a town, if we're going to compare it to to earth and stories like that. Kind of a frontier town, certainly bigger than Phandalin. Not as big as Golden Fields, obviously, but it certainly seems to have its fair share of services and such available. And as you're flying into the south over some of these ranches, you notice especially Merry Meadow Ranch to the east there. And I even think maybe it was Broken. I can't read the whole name right now. Maybe one of you guys can. But Broken something off to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Broken Yoke.
Broken Yoke. There was certainly some damage to those ranches. Not devastatingly so, but it looks like something had gone on there. And gosh darn it, I'm losing my GM side of everything. So I'm going to try to just going to close and reopen the browser. So I still have the player browser up, so I can see some things that way. So why don't you, while I'm trying to plan around here, why don't you just kind of give me a little bit of a idea of what's going on.
So first off, I look at the two boys and I'm like, or the three boys, whatever. I'm like, we will never speak of this again.
You never seem to shut up about poor Lord.
Never.
This is
again.
going down the history books. Dance man.
My God. And I just kind of like put my hand on my face for a moment, and then I just put my head back up all like noble, and I look around and I'm like, okay, let's start this show.
So what are we doing here?
Oh yeah, you guys had some. Did you guys? Yeah, you guys had a Triboar quest. While I'm trying to reload my GM screen here,
Yeah.
if you guys don't mind, where would the Triboar quest would have come from? Did that come from Nightstone?
It did.
So if you open up chapter 1, I'm trying to do this by memory, but if you open up chapter 1 and find Nightstone there, and under, I think it was Mortoth's quest or something like that, you'll be able to find the quest.
I remember what the quest was. The quest was literally the guy in Nightstone who owned the Lion Shield Costa died. Can we go to Triboar, go to that Lion Shield Costa and tell his wife that he did, because she owns, I think, the Triboar one. So it's literally just, can you pass it on?
Yes, his ex-wife owns the Triboar one, and pass along the fact that he had passed away. Yeah.
Eaten by giant rats.
Exactly. So let me give you a quick little tour of Triboar, because you're gonna uncover these things as you go, and then that way it kind of directs where you might want to go tonight or tomorrow, whatever. You obviously have some armories and such. There's the Triboar arms, and hopefully you've got your map large enough that you can kind of see where I'm pinging. But you've got the Triboar arms. You have this graveyard here, which is relatively near where you were landed. Oh yeah, I was trying to put your little P thingy down there. Do I still have that? No, I don't. Okay. You got Lion Share, which is connected with the Lion Shield Coster. There's the Market Square and this kind of government like tower here that looks all official and such. You have these. There's wagons and tents and oxen all kind of in this little campground area. But up here in the northeast, where you see these red markings, there is obviously, when you get to that point at some point, you'll certainly notice that there has been some sort of attack, and there's all kinds of burning. This one building is just like burnt right to a crisp. There's also some damage to the harness shop over here as well. And also on top of fire damage and such, there is this black hole there you see where something has been dug away from that area. And while you guys, yeah, and check out the other kind of areas as well too, and you're welcome to ask some questions. But just give me a second here. I've got to just check in with my son who just popped in.
How you doing, Scott?
I'm tired, but
I can imagine.
I'm back. My son came in and I said, "So what's up?" And he's like, "I'm tired and bored," which
So
funny enough.
when we were flying into the town, did we
Mhm.
get a good look at what was below us before we landed? Like you did a roundabout and whatnot, I would imagine, and would have noticed the damage and the fires and probably took interest and like, ooh, what's that and whatever.
Sure. Or the other way I'm kind of playing it is that you're going to find this stuff out at some point while you're in Triboar anyway. So I'd rather just kind of give it all to you now. I don't think I'm metagaming you. Rather than have you kind of, oh, okay, we're going to walk down the road and we're going to look at this building. What's this building? Oh, that happens to be the Wainwright Wagons building. And so this way, I just find that you're going to find the lay of the town pretty quickly. So this way,
Well,
as
I'm
players, you can just kind of, you know,
and I'm thinking we probably would have gotten like an overhead like shot of what we're coming into anyway, seeing as we get
mhm.
to fly in. And I think that I might be familiar with this town. I think there's a good chance of it, seeing as this is the one directly south of where I'm from, right? The next major center.
Yeah, it's south of where you're from. I think it's quite
Right.
a
So like,
ways south of where you're from, but
but would my grandfather, who was like a farmer, ever like taken his stuff down here, or would it ever only gone up to the place closer to us? It's not from the city itself, but
well, this place is well known for uh, dealing with horses, selling and buying of horses, tack, saddles. Very well known for saddles. People in Water Deep, nobles of Water Deep with some coin will actually buy their saddles and such from here. So it's quite possible that
so I probably would have come here as a child or whatever, but
depending on
maybe
your
not
background,
too
there
familiar.
you would have visited or heard of the place.
Okay.
And actually, let me um, give you a little bit of description here. It's a mercantile town where the Long Road and the Evermore Way meets. Um, there's a current Lord Protector here, Darathra Shendrel, and she enacts and modifies the local laws and things like that. And it's a market for horses raised by in nearby ranches, blacksmith, harness makers, wagon works. So again, think frontier town, think horses and anything that kind of goes along with horses,
Any
wagons.
enclave routes or
Um,
other faction routes we might know of?
I think that there is a Emerald Enclave connection that you would probably know about, and I'm trying to find it. I believe it's part of the Lord's Alliance. Triboar is.
Blech. I mean, okay.
Other than that,
there's nothing wrong with that.
any other connections you may not know directly about, given that you're not part of the um, the other factions and such,
Okay.
if they are here. I'm just trying to find.
So we're here. What first?
And actually, I should. Sorry, guys. I should roll back a little bit. Dragonlands leaves, and as you're kind of getting yourself together, there are a handful of people on horseback come riding down the long road towards you. Following them is a large number of what I'll describe as a militia. And as you flew into town, you would have noticed that there was quite an activity of these militia personnel. And the handful on horseback certainly looked dressed slightly different than the militia. And they come riding up to you hard, pull up, and are very disturbed and distressed by the fact that there was a large dragon dropping you off. Or I don't know about large again, but anyways, any dragon is large.
Any dragon's large, yeah.
Yeah. And one of them, I guess, whoever decides that they are leaders, looks at everybody, and it's not every day that a dragon drops off a bunch of people. and says,
Yep.
State your business.
We would understand that you were at some point under siege, and perhaps you could use some assistance.
And the leader says, and your definition of assistance is to bring a dragon within our borders?
Is it still here?
Sounds like the best kind of assistance to me.
I'm looking all as puffy as I can, and like I said, with my staff out and my head high and looking all important, or at least I've been trying.
I'm waiting to hear Lore say that you fought the dragon off. One-handed.
Oh, you cut out on us there.
I said I was waiting for Lore to say he fought the dragon off one-handed from Triboar. He's the leader says that yes, the dragon is no longer here, but the fact that you bring such a beast so close to our borders so soon after, yes, an attack a number of days ago, I need you to state your business and understand if you were to bring any harm to our town. They're obviously on alert, and
Mm-hmm. He shakes his head. He's like, if we looked to bring harm to your town, it would be far too late.
Oh God!
We're all, as I've said clearly, we are here of assistance to you.
And with that comment, he nods to the 30-some militia. There's about 3, again, on horseback, kind of dressed a little bit differently. 30-some in militia. And he says, surround them. And the militia starts to surround you and says, we will take you to the Lord Protector, and we will figure this out from there.
Excellent, thank you.
I look at Brile and say, Brile, just shut up next time.
I act like they're our armed escort, and held head high, and let them escort us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I would say something, but at the same time, we probably would have gone to meet this person anyway, so they're just doing us a favor at this point.
Exactly.
So the disposition of this person is going to be much changed now that we're basically being brought in as prisoners.
Well,
I don't want to
we?
go to jail tonight.
Don't worry about it. If worst comes to worst, I'll just explain that I'm a member of the Lord's Alliance, and we went to seek out a dragon for help, and things happened.
Because that's always worked before, eh? Hey, I'm a member of the Lord's Alliance.
We'll just pretend he's our companion, and they won't be any the wiser, and they won't want to mess with us if they think we have dragon companions. Let's just stick with that.
So the militia ride you into the middle of town. It is relatively quiet. Again, 8 o'clock-ish. You do see some people kind of bustling around as you get closer to the center of town. A little bit more activity, and it's obviously of interest to them that this militia is bringing this group of wanderers into the town. They bring you to the market square, the tower there, and the tower is a simple stone keep. And hanging above the entrance of this tower is a dusty old banner. Again, frontier town, lots of dirt, lots of dust, of the Lord Protector, which depicts 3 black boars running towards the head of the banner on a blood-red field, Triboar, as it were. And they lead you in. Not all of them, of course, but...
Well, I thank him for escorting us here, and ask him if he could please announce us.
And he looks at you sideline and says, "You will be quiet. We will do the talking here." And
That's what I'm asking.
brings you in. A handful of them bring you into the tower, and you are walked into this one room of.
Krev just tries to look inconspicuous.
Oh, don't you worry. We're getting to you in a second there, Krev.
Yeah, I figured as much.
And walks you into this one room of semi-importance, and across the way is a woman, and the guard says, "Lord Protector, these travelers were just dropped off south of the town, and he puts a specific emphasis on by dragon. And we have brought them directly to you. I'm sorry to bother you, but we figured it would be something of a concern to you. And he looks over at Krev and he looks back at Lord Protector, and he does not hide this at all, and says they have a half-orc with them.
I wave.
Which I'm not too sure he had to point out, but
Hi.
I guess he figured he had to point out. And let me the Lord Protector's name here. I'm just going to copy in Darathra.
I mean, it should be somewhat. I suppose it should be somewhat disconcerting or reaffirming or reassuring, I guess, that I'm not wearing like scale mail with a giant axe on the back. It's just studded leather armor, a couple of daggers,
Mm-hmm.
And
and a wand.
Yeah, you just worship Satan. You don't swing an axe. That's totally fine.
Hey, Oberon is not a demon.
I kind of look
It's an
over.
important distinction.
I look over to Laura, and I'm like, "Did you want to take this, or am I?"
You can be quiet. I will try my best to get us out of this.
I could start
like,
speaking for you guys, but
like you did with the dragon.
because sadly, it's Ventus and I that are the most charismatic and persuasive.
Exactly. What are you talking about? I have like a 10. Bitch.
Yeah, I have a 12.
I've got
I'll say.
16.
So
Details.
as you're looking around at each other and trying to figure things out,
Mumbling to each other.
Darathra? Is that how you'd pronounce that?
The Refra?
Yeah.
Urethra? What? Rothra Chandrel.
Stands up and looks at the guard.
Is she human or elf?
She is, I'm quite sure, human.
Should be human.
I'm just looking for the description here. She's human. Ooh,
Just with a name like that.
Chandarthan?
Oh yeah, Chandathan.
Chandathan.
Yes.
Yeah. She, I'm just trying to think if I can. Oh, I guess you got a little bit of a picture on the token there. I don't know if I'm ready to show you. Nah, I'm not ready to show you the other larger picture because it just contains some
No worries.
information. Okay, so she stands up and says to the guard, "Thank you very much." She does not dismiss them, and turns to you and says, "As you can imagine, we've had quite a bit of excitement around here lately, and now you come riding in on a dragon."
Yes. We encountered the refugees that were fleeing south from the giant attack a few days ago.
And fortunate for you, we thought that we'd come to help you.
We tried to enlist the aid of the dragon that dropped us off, but he wasn't interested in helping.
And,
Nudge. Nudge.
and she says, "Yes, let's start with the dragon first and foremost.
He's just a friend.
You have
Their friend, not mine.
And he's no longer here. So he's a little concerned. He's private.
And her eyes are darting back and forth amongst this conversation, and looks back to the guard and then looks back to you. Says, "You have a dragon friend. That's my first concern."
I'm a
I wouldn't really
druid.
call him a friend, but
Nudge, nudge. I'm a druid. We travel in strange company. I kind of look over Krev, look back at her.
Okay, and then she kind of furrows her brow a bit, and she says, "Okay, let's start over again. You said that you feel that you can help us. Because right now I'm trying to figure out if I should be throwing you into the town jail, because right now I don't need more on my plate than I already have."
Putting us in the town jail would definitely be putting more on your plate.
bro.
Bro,
Please.
shut up.
I step forward and whatever
I'm like,
symbol I have on me,
Oh, what? Am I wrong?
whatever symbol I have on me that signifies I'm a member of the Lord Alliance, be it a cape or a ring or whatever,
It's pretty prominent on your cape, and I think Lord Alliance
Yeah.
have. I think it's a signet ring, but anyways, keep going.
Yeah, I flashed that and just like, look, Lord's Lights here.
Yeah.
And then I was looking at her and I'm just like, we were on our way up from Waterdeep to other places, and we heard news that from refugees fleeing and, from the recent attacks of giants, and we had recently also came from another town called Nightstone that had been attacked, and having saved that town, we figured we might come pledge our allegiance. However, on the way here, we was also told about a copper dragon within the Sword Mountains. So, being that there are several members of dragons currently fighting within the ranks of the Lord's Alliance, we sought to seek it out and ask for its aid in these trying times. However, the dragon didn't really seem to want to participate as much, but he did offer to run us to Triboar as quickly as possible. And we also figured that dragon might help protect the town should there still be any current ongoing threat. You see, it's clearly just a misunderstanding. My druid friend here, he doesn't really understand the way things work in town, so you're gonna have to excuse him a little bit. As for the half orc, he's a great guy. Don't try not to be try to keep your grudges to yourself. He's
Oh God. I wave and smile, trying to do it as disarmingly as possible.
Closed mouth smile, of course.
and then I'll kind of rummaging a bit, like thinking to myself, and then I quickly go, they are actually.
Did we make a mistake here? Did you maybe not need us? I mean, is your town perfectly safe? I mean, I don't know. Looking at the atmosphere here, it doesn't really seem that way. Am I wrong?
I slapped Roar upside the head.
I mean, come on. No, seriously. Am I wrong?
And she rolls her eyes. And as you were brought into town, you would have certainly noticed that there was a number of militia active in the town. Like you would have certainly seen 30, 40, just in the brief moment that you were heading into town, into the center. So if you kind of did your math on that, there's probably at least 70 to 100 militia roaming the town and the outside area of it now.
Exactly. That's why he's confident.
That's got to be quite a lot of militia, though. For a small town like this, like even Goldenfields didn't have that much, did they?
The Goldenfields had each section of the wall was 2 miles long, so the whole periphery was something like 12 to 15 miles, and there was about 30 combatants, I think, in each section, give or take.
Oh, was it? Oh, yeah. I
Yeah.
thought it was like 6 per one or something.
I think I'd have to go back and check, but I think it was around 30, and that was whoever was on watch at that time. I think there was like at least 2 or 3 shifts.
Golden Fields would have a small army just because of the fact that it's that important.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as you're talking about the militia and mentioning that, some things I'll take in game, and so as you're talking about that, she said, well, we have a standing 12, and she kind of points to the guards that brought you in, the people that were on horseback that look a little dressed a little bit differently. She says we have a standing 12, specifically picked from our militia, and then the people of the town and outside the town, the ranches. Certain people of them are members of our militia, and we can gather quite a number relatively
of
quickly.
Farmers, really.
She rolls her eyes back to you and says, "You're talking about farmers, and you hang. It looks like you hang out in a forest, 23 hours out of 24 in a day."
Snap.
Really?
So she looks back at Lore. Lore, give me a persuasion check on all that handy wordsmithing you did recently.
Okay.
Roll high.
Boom.
Oh, thank God.
Even with disadvantage, if applicable, of the gnarly druid, I think you did okay.
Actually, given that you're in Lord's Alliance, I was giving you advantage on that, but either way, you did well. And she looks back at Lore and says, "So I can understand that you seem to be the leader of this party of people."
That is correct, yes. I am the leader. They serve me. you can call them my entourage, if you will. We've on the way up here, and like just so you know, like we encountered a hill giant, a frost giant. We saw signs of battle, and we feared the worst. So that is why we sought out the help of the dragon, hoping that in case there was there was still a big threat here, we wanted to ensure that we could drive it away. It seems that obviously we was too late, but you guys seem to be fairly okay for the most part. Could you perhaps fill us in on what's been going on?
And she says, "Well, you certainly keep strange company." And she looks over again at Brile, and says, "Well," and she offers you to sit. Again has not dismissed the militia yet. What are you guys going on about? Trying to act as much as possible, Lord as fearless leader. And she offers you to sit and says, well, there was an attack a number of days ago. A group of giants came into town, and she says, well, actually, let me start before that. We had gotten word of orcs attacking the ranches to the south, which, of course, time to time we will have to deal with those type of situations. Our militia patrols the areas around Triboar shoot, I don't have the map in front of me, the main map. I was going to, anyways, area around Triboar to certain directions to the east and north and south. The one thing I happen to remember, just because Lost Mines and Phandalin is, and we go as far west is not quite halfway to Phandalin. We can't patrol everywhere, of course. And we had word of orcs attacking ranches to the south. We sent off the militia at the time to take care of that. And what she fills you in is that there are the standing 12, and then they can also get together a small portion of the militia in a few hours, and then in about a day or so can gather quite a large number of militia. Sent them off to the south to deal with the orcs at the Merry Meadow Ranch and the Broken Yoke Ranch. And while that was going on, giants attacked from the northeast, came down the long road, and they had orcs with them riding some sort of beast, as well as some sort of creatures that were on fire. The giants headed straight towards the campground. The orcs and the beasts and the fire creatures kind of spread out, caused all kinds of mayhem. Villagers ran in all kinds of directions, and of course we've taken quite a bit of damage to some of the properties to the north of us. And by the time that we were able to get some of the militia together to take care of what was going on, the giants had entered our campground to the north, where traveling merchants will usually stay with their oxen and such, and dug up something from the ground and then just headed back from where they came, and we just were not ready for them. I don't even know if we had the standing 12, if they were not distracted by the orc attacks in the south and the east. I don't even know if we would have still been ready.
You do your men well. I'm sorry again. You and your men, clearly fought bravely. You did all you could, and that's about all you can do, really. Quite troubling that you mentioned orcs were among their numbers. If orcs and giants are working together, then things might get a little bit more heated than I'd previously thought. I don't suppose you have a description of those beasts?
Which beasts?
The ones on fire.
Let me see if I do. Let me see if I do. Whoops, what's going on here? Oh, this is not being friendly to me. I'll go by memory. She said they essentially looked like burnt lava.
Okay.
They were humanoid of shape and form, and would toss flames at their will.
I I just nod and I say, regarding the you mentioned they dug something out the ground. I don't suppose you could go into detail of what perhaps this stone or object was. We actually, I mentioned before that we came from a town called Nightstone, and something very similar happened there, where the giants attacked, dug something out of the earth, and disappeared.
Yes, and she says, I can. And then Dethic did a nature check. From her description, you would. From her description, you would. It sounds like these are some sort of fire elemental creature. She's not too sure exactly what they are, so it's really tough for her to kind of describe exactly. But certainly, she described them as stumpy humanoids, kind of sculpted from like lava or magma, radiating heat and shooting flames. And so, from the description she gives, you would think that there's something elemental about these guys.
Okay.
Yeah. And Lore, you were asking about what they dug up.
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Well, it's as interesting as what they dug up as it is how they did it. They came into town with some large construct, like a large metal rod. Maybe not so large for them, but certainly large for a human. They were using it almost like a what do they call those things? A water divining, like kind of searching for something. What I'm talking about, like in our world, like those sticks that
Oh yeah, like 2 mil rods.
Apparently can find water with
Yeah.
like a stick in a certain way. Yeah, and it as the other creatures were causing mayhem, it seemed to lead them to the campground, where the giants, using their blades as shovels, were digging in, and it took them some time to dig out this area. And then what they were able to dig up was again some large, almost metallic looking, but didn't look like a metal that I would see. Dug this up from the ground. I had no idea it was there, and none of our townsfolk could think of any stories or legends about it. And dragged it off, and I do say dragged, even for these large giants. The one that carried it had to certainly put some effort into it.
Was the color of this thing black, perhaps?
Yes, it was certainly black, from the descriptions I was given.
Describe the. I'd like to describe the Nightstone of Nightstone to her, and see if it kind of lights up.
It certainly wasn't stone-like or stone-shaped. In color, yes, maybe, given the fact that they were both black or blackish, but that's all I can kind of give you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And she says, "You're welcome."
Do I
And
get to roll initiative yet?
so, do you get to what, roll initiative yet? Is that what you said?
Yes. You make me wait so long.
Well, you could do whatever you want. You already punched an innkeeper early last session, so.
Look,
But there are
if you really want to change characters that badly, just go running off back into the woods again. Don't get the rest of us killed just because.
Yeah. He's just saying there with pursed lips and just looking really bitchy.
I liked him more when he was jolly.
That's half the reason he's looking bitchy.
I can actually. Let me see here. Yeah, I can drag on. Up in the north there, that's what she described as a fire elemental looked like. Can you see it up by the rose compass? Compass rose?
Oh yeah, I see that.
It's quite small, unfortunately, just because the map is quite large.
Oh, I think I know those. Well, I think I, like the player, know
Yeah.
those. Krev wouldn't have a clue.
And just for fun, that's what she described the giant
As
as.
the giant. All right. You've almost seen all of them now.
Yep.
And
The only ones that haven't turned up are the actual storm giants.
I don't really want to fuck with any storm giants, to be honest with you.
Not yet. We need a
Isn't that-
lot of
wasn't that-
levels before we fuck with a storm giant.
Wasn't that crazy guy Storm Giant?
No.
The cloud giant.
Oh, that's right. What am I thinking?
Storm giants are green and really, really powerful.
shoot, I'm
Are
trying
they
to.
evil?
And there's the description of what was running around.
The chocobo?
What's that?
And Chocobo.
Sorry, I mean, the orc is kind of on top of the token that's showing the mount that the orc was on, but it looks kind of avian.
There you go.
Yeah. A
Huh.
prehistoric
Rock.
chocobo.
Not a rock.
No, rocks are giant and flight.
Yeah.
I don't know what those are, but it'll be funky.
So she says yes. We've had some villagers and people from the area leave out of fear. We've also seen other people on the move. As we all know, giants have been on the move. And so we've seen other villagers and people from outside of our village heading towards down the down Evermore Way, Triboar Trail towards Phandalin and Neverwinter, and then south along the long way to Waterdeep as well, and Golden Fields and larger establishments. There certainly seems to be quite a bit of fear and worry.
So you're looking to run us out of town then, or do you think you're brig, or did you maybe want some help?
And she
I smile, look nervous, and take a step towards Lore away from Mariah.
I look at her and I'm just like, I apologize. He's one of those nature types. He spends too much time in the wild, he's not around people. He's a bit, you know how they are. Try not to mind him too much. He means well.
And Brow's not at all offended by that.
Well, she looks at Laura and says, "Well, though you do keep strange company, and I'm not very comfortable the fact that you're just bringing dragons in. I'm going to ask you to make sure that any other of your dragon friends do not come anywhere near this town, and if we do happen to see dragons in the sky around our area, we will believe that it has something to do with you. But if you can promise me that, and make sure your friends act accordingly. So far, you have earned my trust, but we will also keep our eye on you while you're here. Your actions will speak louder than your words."
I
Bra-
completely
Brow
understand.
Brow says to Laura, "I'm sure we can get all of our dragon friends to stay away."
I'd say, for the duration of us being in town, don't hesitate to call on us. Anything you need, we'll be there to make sure it happens. As long as it mostly involves killing monsters, because that's more or less what we're best at. Um, and once again, our condolences for what happened to your town, and if you have any more information about the giants and the orcs and the band that attacked the town, and where they might have fled to or anything like that, then please let me know.
They fled from where the direction they came, northeast, along the long road. We do know that they continued past, or sorry, not northeast, sorry, northeast as the map is angled. And we do know from contacts from ranches north of us, Toblin Ranch and Fallen Orc Ranch, and she kind of looks at Krev as she says that they continued past that direction, but after that we did not give chase. We were more worried about shoring up our own area. Hence, you can see that the militia is we've taken quite a number of the villagers from their normal duties at their ranches and are keeping the militia on high alert. Typically, we would not have these many members of the militia active.
Once again, I completely understand. If you do hear anything, please let us know. Our job, while it kind of fell on us, has more or less been trying to combat this threat. I mentioned before Nightstone, the giants they face, and on the way here, we encountered hill giants. We participated in the defense of Golden Fields, another town, I believe, south of here. They were attacked by hill giants and ogres and all that kind of stuff, and we did our best to protect them, drive the threat back, and right now we're traveling further north, just do what we can.
Well, if you wish to attempt to track these giants, and can let me know that the threat is dealt with, although I do not believe that these are the only giants roaming the parts. We've obviously heard many activities, especially hill giants attacking our ranches and stealing food. But if you can show that you are a man of your word, then I will certainly see you in my favor.
I mean, I will promise right now that I will do my best, and even better, perhaps you will. We will most likely be in town at least for today. So why don't you come have a drink with me later, and we can discuss things a little bit more openly.
I look at Laura and kind of blink a couple of times.
I give her a wink.
Why don't you give me a persuasion check on that, Laura?
Roll high.
Not terrible.
Not likely to offend, but might not be successful.
Yeah. She says, as you can imagine, I have my hands full with things that are going on around here. I appreciate your offer.
Of course. If you ever have a moment to spare, then you will find us at the local inn. And when I say that, perhaps you could point the nearest inn out to us.
And she says,
if your hands are full, don't worry, they won't get any more full if you take them up with the offer.
I was going to say, Lorda said if you have a moment to spare, and her response to that is, it only takes a moment, apparently. She says, yes, I can point you to a few things in town that might be able to help you. There is the North Shield House, which you will see. Help me out here. Right over here. Yeah, thank you. Is a fine local inn that you may want to stay at. We do have a few places, inns and such.
What's the name of the one we were looking for?
You're looking for Lion Shield Cost, or the Lion Share. It's called in Triboar. Not too sure why they went away from the Lion Shield Coster.
That's actually right next to us.
Yeah, and so she says that's one, but she's looking at Lore and says a place more your stature. And she kind of looks at the rest of the crowd.
You have a good eye, my lady.
And I'm just trying to find it here. Actually, is it an inn or not?
What's it called?
Well, anyways, I'll figure out whether it's an actual inn or not. But
The stable will do it for Lore. So
she suggests the Ever Wyvern House, right here to the south a little bit. And if you are looking to, again, she says to Laura, rub elbows with maybe people more along your line, the Pleasing Platter is a fine restaurant that one of the finest you'll find outside of Waterdeep, if that is your interest.
I am certainly interested. With a name like that, who could be disappointed?
And I just confirmed the is that pronounced Wyvern? Wyvern?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ever Wyvern House is an inn.
Okay.
And you can notice from the size of it that it is an inn with a capital I. And she
I'll
says
behave myself, I promise.
She says if that's all the help that you need, I will be at your disposal if needed. But it has been a long day, and I have other things to attend to.
Of course. I'm sorry to take up so much of your time. Before we go, just quickly, we were asked to report some rather grave news to a woman who I believe owns the Lion Shield Costa of this town. If I remember recalls, I think her name was Alestra, something along that name. Do you perhaps know her?
And she says, yes, where are we here? Lion Share. I roll. I know, is it Lestra? Is that her name? Oh, yes, Alestra. I know Alestra well. She and Narth run the Lion Share, just to the east of us here. And yes, I know her well. She says I would be careful with any dealings at the Lion Share. You're obviously new to town, and I will provide you two things. One is the Lion Shield Coster is not very welcome in Triboar, given that it's based in Yartar, and Yartar is not the most favorite town of people of Triboar. So you'll only mainly see travelers there and not townsfolk. I have done my best to try to keep things civil between the townsfolk and the Lion Share. And one of the agreements I have is that they will not be selling weapons to anyone that we would potentially mistrust.
No worries, we only wanted to deliver a message to them.
Indeed.
From Nightstone.
And with that said, unless you have any duties or jobs you might ask of us, then we will leave you to your work.
Yep.
She says, I don't think I know you well enough to ask for any more than I already have.
I give her another wink and I say, well, you know where to find me if you want to get me, if you want to know me better.
Well, I'm like, good. Let's be gone.
Okay, and with that, where are you headed off to? It's evening time. It's 9:00. It's quite late.
Oh, it is.
Let's
deliver our message.
go to the inn, get settled. Tomorrow morning we can deal with the Lion's Share, and then maybe start tracking things to see where these giants have gone.
Sounds good. But before that, why don't we all head? This is my treat, guys. Let's go to the Pleasing Platter.
I know exactly where this is going.
Ooh,
Oh, I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be going to get drunk, which of course I guess it could happen at the Pleasing Platter.
I mean, I just assume those two go in hand.
So
Wait.
I start fantasizing about purgative fire.
Uh,
Kidding.
they haven't done anything wrong.
I'm just anticipating. I'm planning, just in case. Just entertain me.
Well, you head out of
Yeah.
the tower down east down Evermore Way, past Wainwright's wagons. There, where is obviously a place that creates wagons and such. The lion's share is on the one
Are we out
side.
of earshot of like the people?
Yeah, you if you want to have a quiet conversation, you could.
Lore, I just don't get you. You're so inconsistent.
That's been said.
What?
What?
In the bedroom or outside of the bedroom.
Well, you know, first of all, it's like we have to traipse around the freaking land so that you can get a statue of yourself, pretty much erected. I said it in some town that we can't possibly protect because fame and glory and whatever, and then we have opportunity to fuel our legend, and you're just like, oh, that's not us. What are you doing?
What are you speaking about? What kind of
Ah.
opportunities?
Like, we should be feared, we should be legendary, but then we get into town and you're like, oh yeah, these dragons are not really our friends.
Hey, if you
No,
want to
we
fight
want them to
100,
think
if you want to fight 100 militiamen,
we're
be my
not gonna
guest.
fight them. But
That
if,
was what would happen.
no, they'd be a lot less likely to fight us if they think we can call on dragons.
Hey,
Think about it.
besides, they respected me well enough. I don't know about you, but things went pretty well for
They
me.
didn't respect you. They respected the Lord's alliance. You just happen to be some pawn. Come on. I mean, where's your personal thirst for glory, for
I mean,
legend?
glory is earned
I
on the
mean-
battlefield. You don't earn glory by marching to town and installing fear in people.
Well, they're not going to fear you if they think you're a pussy in town. I'll tell you that.
No,
I know someone
I
who's not getting laid tonight.
I turn and I look at Burial, and I basically say to him, "Nobody fears murderers; they execute them."
We're not murderers. We weren't pretending.
Yes, you are. You
Case-
set a bloody tavern on fire.
Case
Hey,
in
you
point.
don't know about that, and nobody died. What are you talking about?
I'll put my arm around Krev and say, you know what, Krev? I've always liked you better. I'm going to buy you the biggest steak tonight.
Grub just smiles at that.
Hmm.
Now, come on, let's go.
You guys, I guess maybe someone is getting laid tonight.
So you arrive at the pleasing platter. There's obviously there's a little bit of attention from the locals walking along, both at the little bit of arguing going on, as well as the interesting gathering of parties of people. You come up to the pleasing platter. This is a restaurant, very fine looking place next door, if you can even call it next door, to the Ever Wyvern House. And you open up the door. Lore walks in, following with everybody else, and the place all of a sudden goes quite quiet. And a gentleman walks up and says, and he looks at Lore and a little bit to Ventus. Yes, gentlemen, how may I help you?
I obviously, do we notice like everyone's kind of like be quiet? Like, are they staring at us or what's kind of the atmosphere?
Yeah. Well, they are staring at you. This place is quite pretentious. The tables are far apart. They're not crammed in like your typical bar. There's strategically placed plants and statues and pillars to kind of create a bit of a separation from each table. Like this, these guys have the money to not have to cram the tables in here to get as many people playing, or many people coming in to pay. There's minstrels they were playing soft and soothing music in the background until you guys showed up. Yeah, they're all kind of staring at you.
Okay. I
Hit me for 4.
sorry.
You know, the usual
Table
thing.
for-
You walk
Yeah,
Walk
a
into a
table for
restaurant,
4
table
and a
for
bottle
4.
of your best wine, please.
Yeah, I obviously we look at him, sir, and No, it's actually 5, right? Because Ventus, or is it? No, that's 4.
No,
We left Alborn. We left Alborn.
Oh, yeah,
The horses on the side of the
Alborn,
mountain.
I'm gonna send for him.
Alborn
I'll
somewhere.
send for him. Don't worry about that.
I'm sure
I've
we
already figured that out.
I'm sure we figured out some way to get Alborn to come along. Maybe the
I have
dragon
to send
picked
him a
them up. I
message
don't know.
before
Who
bed.
knows?
Okay,
Who
so I
knows?
look at this guy and I say, "My good sir, we are new in town, and we heard this was the finest establishment that has to offer in the region. You would like a table for 4?" And I pull out 10 gold and just hand it to him. And I don't make a fuss of it. I don't look at him weird. I just hand him the gold, just I'm acting like a, kind of acting in the way a noble would. Just, here's some gold. Give us what we want.
Mm-hmm. And he says, "Oh, a table for 4, you wish?" And he says, "I see that your squire and your Ventus has a servant. I see your squire and servant will be joining you for dinner. As for your other guests," and he looks at Brile and Krev, "they will be waiting at the and I'm trying to remember the name of the other end, North Shield House, I think. They will be waiting at the North Shield House, or maybe even the Talking Troll. Will they?"
No, they will be joining.
Oh dear, my fingers are not bursting into flames. I swear.
And he looks at you and says, "My good sir, we tend not to have servants and squires at the table with our patrons, but certainly," and again he looks at Brile and Krev, "there's a certain level to uphold." And he passes
I
an
have
arm.
good clothes on. What are you talking about?
He passes an arm.
I lean into Lore. Look, this isn't worth it. I'll meet up with you guys at my friend's house. Don't.
I put on your shoulder and say, Krev, trust me. I lean back into the guy and I just say, "Look, this half-orc is probably more well-spoken than you and your entire family. We have just come down south. We have fought giants, we fought goblins, we fought orcs, we fought you name it. We come here because we're told it's the finest establishment. Does this establishment not speak in the value of gold? Do you not speak gold? I am here for a nice meal with my friends, squires included. Now you're going to find us a table of 6. We're going to enjoy a nice meal. There's going to be no complications. We're just going to eat our meal and go on our way. Does that sound good to you?" And I'll hand him another 10 gold.
And he says, "My good sir, we speak in not gold, but in reputation. And so I am happy to find a table for someone as noble as yourself and your compatriot here," and points to Ventus. And he, under his breath a little bit, says, "Even if maybe your tongue is not as noble as you dress, but the other party, sir, they will have to find other means." And he has his hand open with the gold that you've put into. I think it's 20 gold right now, and he kind of gives you that sense of, are the two of you coming and I will take the gold, or are you taking the gold back and all of you leaving?
I take the gold back and I'll just say, it's a shame the reputation of this place are blatant racists, and I'll be glad to make sure that everyone hears of the terrible way you treat your clients, especially ones who pay rather well. Good day to you, sir. And I bow and walk out.
And as you turn and leave, he says, I believe the patrons will be happy with the way we keep our establishment."
Okay, so
all of these wonderful
just go
plants
to
that
the,
you're talking about start to wither and die as this dark pall sets across the place, and all the candles start to dim and flicker and go dark. And I'm like, "Good day," and I walk out.
And he's obviously visibly upset at this, and He says,
Oh.
I believe the North Shield house may be even too good for you. And starts to close the door.
Right. So the Everwyvern house then?
Well,
It's an inn. They'll have food.
they will, but if they're as stuck up as these people, then who knows? But we can give it a shot. It's kind of
Dude,
funny,
I
actually.
could just make us a wonderful stew. What are you guys talking about? Let's just camp us out of town.
You
I
guys,
was gonna say, it's kind of funny. Like Law's grown up around these people his entire life, and now he's kind of like on the opposite side where he's just, I don't know. Had he been like 10 years ago, he probably would have been exactly like this guy. But I think having travelled with various people and other various parts of the world, I think he's kind of opened his eyes a little bit. So for him, it's kind of like weird like that he's on the opposite side of what he used to be, or the people he used to associate with.
mm-hmm. You guys can role play whatever you want, but I can tell you that you won't get a different. The reception will be the same as at the Everwyvern house. It is the pleasing platter is the dining the upscale dining hall connected.
All right. How about we then go to the North Shield house, if that's the more common tavern? Or
There's the North Shield house that what's her name mentioned, and then this other gentleman mentioned the talking troll, which interestingly enough, the Lord Protector did not bring up.
Probably because it was too far down the scale. Let's try the North Shield.
Mm-hmm. Did the Lord Protector? Did she seem quite well off herself? Like she wasn't like clearly like a peasant or anything. She was quite maybe noble.
I don't know if she was noble, but yeah, she's certainly a step up from a commoner. Let me see if I can't quickly find out if it states, but certainly dressed a little bit more than it doesn't really mention, but certainly yeah, step up from a commoner. I wouldn't put her as a noble, but yeah, step up from a commoner.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, so North Shield House or the Talking Troll?
North Shield House. It's also relatively close to the Lion's Share, so we can just go there in the morning.
Yes, you can. So you head off down the laneway, past a couple of cottages where obviously some of the villagers would live. Past the oh my gosh, I had problems with this last. Apothecary. Thank you. To the North Shield House. This is a fine local inn. It's stately, it's clean, it's quiet. Certainly not at the level the Pleasing Platter was at. And you're welcomed by the proprietor. What's this guy's name? Urgala, it sounds like. And says yes as you walk in. Looks a little bit at Krev a little bit, and says, "How may we be able to help you?"
We've just had a very long day. Rooms and food would be wonderful.
And she looks at you and says, "Well, as long as your blades remain sheathed during your stay." And she looks over, and there's 3 large mastiffs, hunting dogs, sleeping on the common the floor of the common room. And there's a few commoners bustling around helping out everybody. She says, "As long as your weapons stay sheathed during your stay, I'm sure we can accommodate you." And the common room is on the lower level where you would eat, and then the rooms are up above. And what would this place cost you? I'd say is it modest or comfortable? All it says is a fine local inn.
Do they have flowers?
Yeah, call it comfortable.
8 silver pieces a person per day.
Do they have flowers?
I'm
or
sure.
anything like
I'm
that?
sure there's a few flowers. Like just a handful, not a million. Not like the other
So,
place you're at.
so like all around us, though, the light would be a little bit more cheerful, and the flowers would just suddenly start to like bloom even more ever full in our wake.
And she looks at the is this a she or he. I don't know if this is a she or a he. Give me a second. It's a she.
Let's make it a she.
What's that?
I said, let's just make it a she.
Yeah, sure. She says she looks around and looks at you and says, "I see some of you are practiced in the in some sort of magical or arcane arts."
Druidcraft, of course. But such a wonderful, cheerful place. Just need that little extra flair.
She says, "Thank you very much," and leads you to a table. She, as you order and get your stuff and everything, she kind of looks you up and down and says, "Can I assume adventurers then?"
Yes. We've been traveling for a long time. Got our hands dirty with a few bits and pieces, giants here and there.
Oh, and her eyes go wild. Giants, yes. Certainly seen a lot of that recently. You've dealt with
So
some
we
giants?
Down in Golden Fields.
And she says, "Well, I lived that life at one time too. I was a adventurer before buying this inn."
I only hope I live long enough to retire, madam.
She says, "I hope you do too. Not all of us are as lucky." She says, "Unfortunately, about 9 years ago, my wife vanished in the Underdark on an expedition, and that's pretty much when I decided to give up the adventuring lifestyle and settle down."
My eyes basically just go wide open at the mention of the Underdark. That was very brave. I seem a little nervous.
What race is she, by the way?
I believe she's also human. Yes, human. Turami, Turami. Darker skin.
Yeah, I'm similar to Crow. I'm kind of like, I'm not like surprised, but I'm just kind of like, he seems a little bit like annoyed. Like, for all the travels and people we've dealt with, like, the only kind of people that Law kind of dislikes the most is probably Drow, and it's basically for the reason you'd expect, just like kind of typical high off, just despises Drow completely.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever the Underdark or Drow mentioned, he's just kind of like, ugh.
Well, she responds to Krev and says, "Well, as an adventurer, I think you're either brave. You spend time being brave and/or stupid at any given time, and unfortunately, if your time comes, your time comes. I am lucky to have been able to live to retirement."
Yes.
Although it took tragedy
Anyway.
to get me there. And you're given a nice meal and rooms and such. Is there anything else that you would anything that you want to talk to potentially the locals or such about, or Gala?
I think we'd like, for me, I just want to like hear more about like, I would order some food and beverages whenever, but I would kind of, just casual conversation about how things have been around town or whatever, because obviously there's been the fighting and whatnot, but just to see if we get a different perspective or any additional information that might be volunteered.
Mm-hmm. You're specifically asking, or are you just kind of keeping an ear to the ground?
No, I'm just inciting conversation.
Oh yeah.
So I see things have been really rough around here. How have you been making out? Things like that. Just trying to steer the conversation in that direction.
Well, it's been a blessing and a curse at the same time. On one hand, we have seen more travelers coming through town on their way to to Waterdeep and not Nightstone. Shoot, Neverwinter. So I have seen a little bit more business than usual at the same time. Everybody is talking about the giants, and the last few days it was just a little bit too close for comfort. Um, but now that we have the militia in full force, so far it seems to have kept any other attacks away. She says she feels terrible for the village, but specifically for the merchants that would come to town and have their wagons and such in the campground that was attacked, and of course my gosh, we need to call these people Steve and stuff like that. The harness shop to the north of town was quite damaged in all the fighting. The other building that took most of the damage was old and run down anyways. But too bad that the damage had to occur.
Anyway, Krev, having eaten and given the time, basically goes looking for first a hot bath and then sleep.
Okay. And anything else from anybody else?
Nothing that I haven't already told you.
You can let me know later whether how serious that.
Okay. Somebody's serious about their reputation. It's not Laura. Just saying.
And Lori,
Go becoming an arsonist.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Shut your whore mouth. Although, that's a good idea. Hold on, let's talk about that.
sorry,
Thanks, Krev.
let's talk about burning down.
Yeah, Krev had a really good idea about being an arsonist. Let's explore
No,
that.
I said don't do that.
No, I mean, you wouldn't have brought it up unless you, thought it was a good idea. I'm kidding. Kind of. Moving on.
Yeah. Anything else? So Krev's going off to bed. Anything else that people want to dig into?
Not really. I think Laura's just gonna do the usual, have a few drinks, and probably go off to bed.
That's not the usual. You have a few drinks, you flirt with everybody, get rejected, and then go to bed.
I've never been rejected in my life. I don't know what you're talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, with that, probably not a bad place to end. We're pretty much to our hour anyways, or to the top of the hour where we usually close down. Deathic, once again, thanks very much for sticking it in with us. I know that you've had a long day of travel and such.
No worries. This has been fun. Always is.
And
Excellent. You didn't totally suck.
Thank you.
gosh.
Awesome.
And we will we'll continue from there.
Cool beans.
Yes,
There's,
thank you, everybody.
There's quite a bit to look around in Triboar if you wish, or we can move on from whatever. If Bral just decides to burn the town down, then
We need to move on as quickly as possible, okay? Let's go, guys! Oh, don't look back!
get up at 4 a.m. and get the heck out of town.
Hey man, this is one town you
Fire.
can't just burn and run away from. Otherwise, we would be hunted down by Hannah's
I'm
guys.
sure. No, they had fire giants or something. I'm sure it was them again. Let's go.
There's one thing about a fire giant. they're not subtle. So a spontaneous fire breaking out would be accompanied by, sightings of a giant-ass fire giant.
Let's talk about Druidcraft for a minute.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you go because I know that Scott should get to bed now.
Yeah.
I need a nap.
Yeah.